Picture this. You're stressed out by the economy, confidence is shot, and you're thinking mGtOw, men going their own way, is the answer. But what if I told you that's exactly what's holding you back? In the next few minutes, I'm going to review the truth about mGtOw, mGtOW, and why it is actually making your life worse. But here's the kicker. I'm only going to give you the exact 10 steps in order to break free and start living the life on your terms. Again, to have a chance to get laid with women for day game and not be a virgin going their own way. That's right. You want real solutions? You're in the right place. I am John Elite, the world's best day game coach, and I got some real answers for you. That way you can go from losing to winning. This is backed by this is backed by 656 laid and pulled testimonials for day game. So my advice is not just something I'm making up. I'm giving you insights that you guys don't have, because you guys are always thinking, oh, you got to get into the mGtOw insights first before you can give them advice. No, they don't understand themselves. That's a big problem. So, a lot of these guys that go mGtOw do not really know what's happening to them. They're actually setting themselves up for a major fall. They think that avoiding women, they're passively resisting or something, like they're Gandhi. Seriously. But in reality, they are just allow life to knock them down. I totally get it. The economic inflation, or should I say binflation. Good thing he's out of the office finally. The economic stress has hit you hard and probably crushed your confidence. Stress levels are through the roof due to the economic stress. Am I right? So, you've lost your social skills during the lockdowns. You lost your edge. And now you feel trapped in 2025. With the bad economy, people don't want to procreate, get married, if they cannot afford it. Like it's Japan or something. But let me be real with you. mGtOw isn't the answer here. If you don't tackle this now, it's going to get tougher as each day goes by. Every single month, it's going to get tougher and tougher, and you're more likely to quit. Because the longer you wait, the messier it gets. And once you quit, believe it or not, it's hard to come back. Some of my black students have turned mGtOw before, and they have quit. However, they only been revived once. And for some of them, they have made it. For others, they have not. But for most people, once you quit for good. You will not come back. You will have so much cortisol in your system. So mGtOw is the biggest threat to day gamers due to the economic stress. So many of my potential students are quitting right at the very last month or last few days, or maybe Biden's gone, I'm not sure. But it is worse than the economy, like for the stress, or worse than AI taking your jobs. The mGtOw movement is an extinction level, omega level threat. And they are blamed for everything. We could say the AI is affecting their jobs. We can say other thing. Hey, what's up? We can say that there's a bad economy, but Biden's gone now. We can say a lot of different things. But mGtOw is the most dangerous organization in the entire world. It is worse than AI that is taking the jobs. It's worse than the economy turning into Japan, where people have low birth rates, which is a big threat, by the way. Let's not beat around the bush. However, mGtOw is the worst of the worst. And I'm going to give you 10 solutions in this video on how to fix it. So I agree. Exactly. Give it a thumbs up if you agree. Yes, I have many students that have turned mGtOw before, but they always got revived along the way, knowing that I have all the answers. So here's a step-by-step guide, pulling yourself out of the mGtOw mindset and start to rebuild your life. For those of you who recently turned mGtOw, because I was looking at the community section, and a lot of people while 70% said they want to try again, there was like 30 something percent, or nearly half of that, of the 70, like 33 or 30 something, like 36, 70 something. It was like half of that were fucking mGtOws. And that's unacceptable. That means a lot of people are actually going to quit if I don't step in right now and we deal with this issue head on. This could potentially tank my domination for this year, even though I conquered last year for student results. I got 56 laid and pulled testimonials in 2024, and I crushed every other dating coach out there. But the more I crush them, the more I step on them, the more people quit. Because once you see the laid testimonials, the mGtOw people starts beating themselves up. Unacceptable. This has got to change. So you can still be revived. So number one, we're going to break this down into 10 steps. And here's step number one. All right. Fix your hormones first. Did you know that every time you fail, your body pumps out more cortisol, making you even more of a loser? It's called the winner and loser effect. And it is the vicious cycle. Of course, you might say that's bullshit. There's no such thing as a winner and loser effect. Oh, I can assure you there is a winner and loser effect, because it also affects people in the animal kingdom. It also affects the animal kingdom. It affects insects too. It affects everybody. Hope that makes sense. There's not that many people here right now. So how about this? Before we get started, I'm going to copy and paste this link and post it here and say, where the fuck are you? That way I can really focus. And maybe I can send this link over there. Don't worry, we'll get right into it. We're not going to waste any time. We'll get right into the thick of it. We're not going to waste any time. We'll get right into the thick of it. Oh, cool. Okay. I'll send it to one group here. Oh, shit, it's not showing up. Okay, it's showing up. I'll send it to the second group. Shit. I'll deal with it later. It's blurred up for the WhatsApp. Let's continue. All right, let's just start all the way back to level one. Step one, fix your hormones. Did you know that every time you fail, your body pumps out more cortisol, making you even more of a loser? It's called the loser effect, the winner-loser effect. It's a vicious cycle. And this is not something I'm making up. But here's the kicker. Every time that you win, you get a boost of testosterone. You're like, really? Why would you get a boost of testosterone? Because in the animal kingdom, the more you start to win in life, your body has to reward you. You get laid, you get more testosterone, and your jawline becomes more squarish. You take more risk. Like, is that real? Or is this something I'm making up? Nope. It's actually real. So if a lion wins a battle versus other lions in a fight, the next fight, they're going to win the fight most likely. In a tennis match, if a person wins the fight or they win the match, they're going to win the next ones in the future. If an insect wins, they're going to start to win. But however, if they start to lose, what happens to the animals, the humans, the insects? They actually will get more cortisol pumped in your system. You're like, what exactly is cortisol? The cortisol is a stress hormone. That's right. Success breeds success. So that means when you lose, you get more hormones that are cortisol related. So with the binflation, what's been happening? Sorry, I just took a shower and then a booger went right in my nose on the top. It's kind of gross. But basically what I'm saying is that the more you lose again. And what was happening during the binflation in the very beginning, I got to preach the truth. Get the message out there. What will happen is that it'll pump cortisol right into your system. And then you start to get this double chin. I might have a little bit today. I'm not sure, because I ate a lot of food yesterday. But they'll start to look like this. It's called a moon face. which is called Cushing syndrome. You get more Cushing syndrome or moon face if you start to have more cortisol stress. That's not a good thing. So for the mGtOw movement, they failed so many times that they start having a moon face. So they start looking chubby. They always will hide their face. And if they don't, they're just a fat person. Because fat people during the binflation are losers. The fatter they are, the more they have lost. So, John, are you an advocate for men being successful in day game? What is a successful day game in your opinion? Of course, I'm an advocate for it. Because my students, one of them got laid last year, the hardest year of all time. They got laid 17 times for one of my students. Another student got 8 lays, but they're all like 9 out of 10s. A couple of them were 8.5. One of them was 8. Another student got 15 lays during the inflation. 5 white girls, 5 models, 2 actresses, and he married one of the actresses. Other students have banged like an 18-year-old Latina influencer who is super pretty. That's a 9 out of 10, according to all my other students. Maybe that's makeup. Who knows? But she's really, really pretty. If that's the case, and there's many students who got laid. Even an Indian student got a same-day lay last year. Latino student got 2 lays last year. And when you look at it, for all the lays and polls, there's 56 last year, lay and poll testimonials. It was a complete domination. I would say that is successful because other dating coaches could not get students laid. But let's talk about the mGtOw. They don't get any more results except they blame women. So what my students were going through is the winner effect. For those students, when they get laid, they want to do it again. They take more risk. They take more risk because once they get laid, what happens is they get pumped more testosterone. When they get more testosterone, their jawline becomes more angular and more like stronger. And then they become more aggressive and they want to take more risk. So the ones who are running away from the risk, not running towards the gunfire or the approaches, because they're not leveled up, they're going to get fucking slaughtered. That's why they got demolished. And other dating coaches, tall self-proclaimed high lay count coach, only got 1 day game lay testimonial, just one. The whole fucking year. It was that hard. And also, last year, ABC's of a low self-esteem company, another Asian company, they only got 1 student laid in a Latin fucking shithole, third world country, passport bro, in Mexico or Peru. That's not success to me. That's like 1 time is chance. 2 times is, or 1 time is coincidence. 2 times is chance. 3 times is a pattern. They can't even do it more than once. That's not successful. But my students, they get more testosterone and they take a lot more risk. Damn, that's true. That is absolutely true. So we have to define what is successful and what is not successful. So if they're getting 17 lays last year, what do you think will happen after they get like lays and lays? One student had 5 lays in a row, 5 lays in 5 days. Other ones, they get laid in 1 to 6 approaches every single time, all 15 lays. If that's the case, they're going to take more risk because they're being rewarded. So let's talk about more in details about the solution. So you want to know how to break out of your loser spiral and start winning. So stick around because I'm about to drop some real knowledge that will change your life. Get Elite Bundle 2, where most of the winners are from last year. First of all, let's talk about the stress from the inflation, okay? It is wrecking your testosterone, pumping up your cortisol, and making you feel fat, weak, and just passive. You've got to address this or your self-esteem is going to stay in the fucking gutter. And action? Well, forget about taking action because you ain't going to do shit. So the more you win with my coaching, of course, not other people's coaching, the more testosterone you get. You see, testosterone is very important. It makes you aggressive. It makes you take risk. Exactly. Who's ready to get laid under John's training? Yeah, exactly. Marco is my student who also still got laid twice last year. And of course, after his first lay, he gets a second one because more testosterone in his system. It's a winner effect. It's a winner effect. Having said that, If you lose too much, you're going to start to get skinny fat. So the more you fail, the more cortisol you get. It's called the winner loser effect. And here's the most fucked up thing. Believe it or not, it is actually a scorecard. You're like, what are you talking about, John? Scorecard. I'm saying is an actual real scorecard. You can tell by the size of the double chin of how much a person is a total loser. So the bigger double chin that they have, okay, the more they have lost in life. You're like, what do you mean? There's a point when you look at the double chin, you can measure by inches, right? From here to here. How big is it? You can literally measure how much of a loser they are. It shows up in their chin. Their face will start to get round. It becomes like moon face. And when moon face happens and they will take less risk and they'll get chubbier. It's almost like they're imploding. And their stomach over here will start to get really big and round. It's almost like what they call visceral fat. This is a Cushing syndrome. This is not some bullshit concept I'm making up. When I'm turning this into a Vice video, I'm going to post a picture here called Cushing syndrome. Oh man, that's called moon face. When the face is all round and the body is all round and there's no deltoids here and they have stretch marks and they have like a hunchback, that is called a Cushing syndrome. It is very, very ugly and it's hard to get rid of. Really hard to get rid of. So I'm going to tell you the solution. I'm going to tell you the solution very soon, but we must address the problem first. Exactly. It is so gross looking. If you look at pictures, why don't you go on your phone right now while you're still watching this and type in Cushing syndrome. Cushing syndrome. Syndrome. Cushing syndrome. Look at the Google images right now. You can see a lot of fat people with fatness, and that's what mGtOw looks like for most of the people. They quit because most of them, whenever I see them complaining about women on their Facebook, sometimes I add a bunch of people, right? PUAs and stuff. But whenever you see a mGtOw, they always have this defeated look in their eyes. They always look like they lost so badly. Like they're just expecting defeat. They always complain about height and everything else or some other insecurity. And then they'll say all the chads or whatever tall people are getting all the women or something, whatever. That's bullshit. My students are still getting women just fine because it's to 20 out of 35, but we'll get into that later. But basically, it's a scorecard. So if mGtOw are constantly losing, since they are total losers with small sociopathic, autistic YouTube channels, coping hard. That's right. They'll have their own YouTube channel and they'll start to complain about women and how they're calling themselves like they know the truth. They don't even understand themselves. I understand psychology. I help people get over their mental trauma from the Mental Trauma Cure program. I also help people approach again. And a lot of the Black students that were formerly mGtOw, many of them, Black students generally, most of them are mGtOw for a while. They quit for a while. And I revise them and they start getting like 66 lays. They start getting like 23 lays, 2 girlfriends, 2 fuck buddies. Others, they finally get laid. They get revived. But however, mGtOw, because they don't have my coaching, these people trust me. They see all the lay testimonials. They're like, yes, that's how you do it. They look at all the other Asians in the inner circle and they're like, whoa, what the fuck? This guy's like 5'6". How is he getting an 18-year-old that is like 9 out of 10, right? It's just fucking stunner. And it blows their fucking minds. So there is a way to do this. But the cortisol scorecard can weigh you down. I'm glad Biden is gone. But the inflation for the last 4 years have strangled you guys, like metaphorically speaking. And you feel with cortisol. Many people quit when I look at the community section. So red pill damage. mGtOw is worse than red pill. mGtOw is the biggest growing organization in the world. All Gen Z, 63% of men that are single, mostly are Gen Z. They're mGtOw. They have indirectly joined mGtOw. All of the people that sees the lay testimonials I keep posting, and then they start beating themselves up, right? They start getting angry at themselves. Those people are mGtOw. I thought I was encouraging them. I was discouraging them because they don't have growth mindset. They have a fixed mindset. When you have a fixed mindset, you think you can do nothing and you can shift the blame or you can beat yourself up. That's the wrong mindset. So every time they beat themselves up, They're filling their own neck with cortisol. They're double chinning it. That's not good. You don't want to be like that. The only thing red pill is good for is a relationship management, especially when you're married. Not true. Not true. Red pill does nothing. Most people that are red pill are married, by the way. Every single person that blames red pill, every single one of them is married. So somehow when they're against marriage, they're against red pill, they're against divorce, they're the first ones to get married, even the coaches. But red pill is a small part of it. mGtOw is 10 times worse than red pill. mGtOw is 10 times worse than Asian masculinity. Fucking mGtOw is worse than black pill. This is an omega level threat. This is extinction level threat. Japan's already the first country to really be mGtOw when they stop approaching men going their own way. Now China is turning mGtOw, not just the West. mGtOw is growing so fast, it is like a cancer that's out of control. It's out of control because they don't have social skills and their emotions are shit full of cortisol. It's not because women don't like you. It's because you're filled with cortisol because you're a fucking loser. That's what they don't want to hear. They've been losing so much, it becomes a scorecard. Yes, that's true. Most of my students that are married right now, almost all of them, or they're procreating, almost all of them are fucking red pilled. I had to get them all red pilled. They're all red pilled. That's weird. That's fucking weird. Why does getting angry at women get them more into relationships, even if they're not married and they procreated by accident with a woman? Why is it always red pill? So red pill indirectly gets them married. But however, mGtOw makes them quit. The most dangerous organization of all time. The scorecard. So they make all these autistic YouTube channels coping hard with their double chins due to the cortisol and skinny fat Cushing syndrome. They start taking some, here's the solution. Now that we can finally address the problem. Sorry, my nose is itchy after I took a shower. All right. So let's address the problem. I've given you the problem. Let's talk about the solution. Here's the solution for the mGtOw problem. Number one, are you guys ready? Get ready to take some notes because we're going to get into the thick of it. Number one, I'm just going to tell you everything. I don't feel like holding back. Number one, start taking some supplements aimed at lowering cortisol stress and boosting testosterone. Stuff like ashwagandha every single night. I usually take a very high dosage. And do not take KMS ashwagandha. You guys better start right away. Because if you don't take ashwagandha, you're going to lose your fucking minds. Because you guys are going to get chubbier and chubbier if you don't take it. So what's number two? I take anti-estrogen pills. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Anti-estrogen pills. Why would you do that? Because for me personally, I have too much testosterone. The body's pumping too much testosterone. Even at my age, I still get erections and everything. Like, even though I'm quite old. And you're like, you don't look that old, John. Well, yeah, maybe I may not look that old, but I'm still exactly the same as I was before. Maybe because physically I'm not aging, the body does not age as much. So everything's still working just fine. I don't have like problems where I need Viagra or anything like that. But my testosterone is so high that my doctor accused me of taking steroids. And I say, well, if I'm taking steroids, then where's my muscle mass? And he's like, that's right. But of course, this is a blood test taken many years ago. It could have gone down. But too much testosterone will start giving you some estrogen because it'll shut down the testosterone. I have a lot of acne on my back, believe it or not. But I'm not big. I'm not like muscular. But I have a lot of testosterone. So I don't know why. But it makes me aggressive. But I like to free up any sort of estrogen with anti-aromatase. Doesn't mean I'm taking steroids because I don't have no muscle mass. A lot of weightlifters, they take stuff like that afterwards. They don't have bitch tits. They microdose on steroids. I don't take steroids. I'm afraid of needles. I've gotten over it with the mental trauma cure program. But if you take anti-aromatase, that will reduce the loser effect and free up some of the testosterone. Ashwagandha will actually start to affect the loser hormone because you have a huge fucking scorecard all full of, right? All full of that fucking cortisol losing. So you need some testosterone and you need to reduce the cortisol. It takes exactly 3 months by taking ashwagandha where your cortisol will lower exactly 32%. You can stop taking it after 3 months or just take it once every few days. And then you can taper it down to once a week. It's not going to cause any damage. I know some people think it does. So they got rid of all the ashwagandha on Amazon and only give you the KMS. KMS does not do shit. You'll be fucking fat as shit when you're taking KMS. Super fucking fat. That's a big problem. So, having said that, don't just depend on KMS ashwagandha. That's the worst thing you can do. Okay? So, I'm just writing mGtOw for just tagging this. So that way people will watch this video. mGtOw. All right. So number 2, you should also stick with stuff that gets rid of your depression for supplements. Like, what do you mean? Should you take antidepressants? Some of my students, they do take antidepressants because the supplements that are for depression are usually not strong enough. It's only for mild depression. When you take it, you feel better if it's mild. The reason why you feel depressed is because your circumstances are not good. In evolutionary psychology, it gives you this sort of narrow focus. Your whole brain will start to shut down. Does that make sense? Your brain will get narrow focus and you feel depressed, like there's a vice grip around your head. It's trying to make you focus on the problem ahead of you. So you should not try to drink alcohol. You should not try to take drugs on the side. You should not try to use porn to pacify it. And you should not watch a bunch of fucking TikTok videos before they ban TikTok. What you need to do instead is to start taking antidepressants that are supplement forms that you can even buy in supermarkets. I'm not going to say the name. You can do some research on your own. What gets rid of depression? That I want to keep only for my students. But I want you guys to know, bring the awareness that such a supplement does actually exist. Such a supplement that can reduce, it actually does exist. Some of the students are super, super depressed. Does that make sense? John is in his late 30s, low 40s. I'm not saying that I am. Who knows? Start day game in 2001 university. Maybe. If I'm really that old, right? Let's see. What do you say? Late 30s or low 40s? Or maybe even late 40s. Who knows? Or mid 40s. Maybe even late 30s. Or maybe some people think I'm 25, right? Other mGtOw haters call me call me a boy. I'm not a boy. Like, this boy is talking shit about us. I'm a man. So if I am actually that old, right? Let's just say hypothetically I'm that old. Then I'm younger looking than Brian Johnson, the guy who is spending like $2 million a year trying to look younger, trying to look 18 years old. If I do look like potentially in my 20s, that means I know a lot about supplementation. I'm probably an expert at it. If I was, give it a thumbs up if you guys think like John is older than he really looks and he knows a lot about supplementation. So yes, I take all that stuff in a stack. There's even supplements for what they call adrenaline. Adrenaline is not the same as cortisol, although they're both pumped out from the liver or the adrenal glands. Adrenaline is something that makes you freeze up when you're approaching the fight, flight, and freeze response. So I take something for depression. I take a stack for testosterone boosting. I take another stack for ashwagandha for cortisol. And I take one for, I also take one for, what's it called? Depression. Also another one for focus. Another one for like, I take a bunch of stacks basically. Cortisol, adrenaline, depression, testosterone. I take them all at once. I just shove them in my mouth like Brian Johnson. If you can't focus and you have ADHD, then it's a bad thing because you can never finish a task. You'll say you'll do one thing and you do the opposite, and then your neck will become, you become moon face, the hormonal disadvantage. You don't want that. So this is what I say to mGtOw. I'm not saying this to help the movement because they already quit. They're already moon-faced. mGtOw's already moon-faced, most of them. They're already fat. They have no chance whatsoever. But however, for the fans and potential students out there, now you know, I brought it to your awareness that if you take what they call a stack, it means multiple, oh, I just moved to the middle, what the fuck? If you take multiple supplementations for the stack, then you can fix a lot of these issues. Let me see if I can zoom out. Oh yeah, that's kind of cool. Is that can you zoom in? Oh, cool. I'm just double tapping the camera. How about we zoom out a little bit? So, all right. Yeah, that looks better. So, if you start to take a stack, you can solve the problem because if it's a scorecard, does that make sense? If you're mGtOw and there's a scorecard and you keep losing over and over because of ADHD and because of depression and because of ashwagandha for cortisol and also for ADHD problems and adrenaline problems, if you take a stack of maybe 5 or 6 supplements at once every single day, ashwagandha only at nighttime, adrenaline supplements only during the daytime. If you do that and you have 2 stacks, that's what I do, then you'll never ever experience the winner and loser effect. You can hijack the fucking cortisol that is making you lose. So you can still maintain your aggression and reduce your skinny fat. You're like, that's a good idea, John. Exactly. So I'm giving you a real golden nugget here. The mGtOw people can be less of a loser if they can even afford the supplements. They can't. They're working super hard. They're working at their jobs and they're not able to save the money. I'll talk about that soon. But the first advice is to create a stack. You're like, whoa, that's a great fucking idea, John. Creating a stack. That's what you got to do. You must figure out what these 5 or 6 supplements are. I will not tell you all of them. But you know they do exist out there. This is like, once you have this, you will never experience loss. It will never bother you. And Trump is in office. By the time it's summer, the economy is going to get a lot better. It's still going to go up in inflation, and you're still going to get like skinny fat. But if you can survive for like 5 more months, you're going to reap a very golden age for Donald Trump. So variety is key. John, have you ever done drugs, or how often you drink? I've never done drugs, and I've never drank. I've only tried like it once, but I don't do drugs. John, can you tell us about the encounter with a redhead in high school or college days that influenced your number one preference? Oh, you mean the university? Yeah. So it was a girl. When she first walked into class, her brother had the same name as me. So I didn't like him. He was a short white guy. And it says, this is my sister. And I was in art class. That's the one I started university for animation school. And his 17-year-old sister, okay? She's 17. Not the first one, but she's 17, right? She's still in high school. And she walks into the door and says, this is my sister. And she's going to start drawing with us because we're doing life drawing, right? So we're in a life drawing class. We have to learn anatomy and how to draw figures. So she's sketching and stuff like that. But she was like redheaded, curly hair, blue eyes, really blue eyes. And she was super fucking smoking hot. Her ass is like the nicest ass I've ever seen. I don't know why. But she was like skinnier before. She was even prettier. She was probably the hottest 17-year-old. That's legal, by the way. And yeah, I just looked at her a bit. And I tried to talk to her. Eventually, when I was still in the school, because I fucked up one of the courses, or another teacher thought I was insulting them, calling them, gay to one of the instructors. And then she failed me. So that's what happened back then. It was a bad thing to be like that. And then she ends up in my class afterwards. And I hit on her a lot. That's when I start noticing that I like white girls. In high school, lots of girls are always around me, but I get friend zoned a lot. They say I'm super good looking back then. I'm not good looking anymore. I'm ugly as shit. But I used to be good looking. So they told me I was really good looking, but they don't want to become like my girlfriend. White girls, Asians, a lot of that stuff. So back then my preference was that Asians were okay, white girls were okay. But until I saw that one, then everything changed. So, John, can you tell me, 42-year-old wingman is getting internet from Gen Z, 23, internet from, how is that possible? What do you mean getting internet or interest from? It doesn't matter if interest is closing them. How is that possible? In 2016, it was hard for the older guys. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's actually easier because of inflation. Having some survival value makes a big difference these days in confidence because the Gen Z is poor as shit. Hope that makes sense. Let's continue the topic about losers. So you should always use a stack to treat your depression and stuff for your supplements. You don't need to take SSRI, serotonin reuptake inhibitors, unless you have really, really bad depression. Okay? Really, really bad depression. Some of my students are so depressed that doesn't matter if their interest, are they closing them? Amazing response, John. Exactly. Because my students are closing 20-year-olds and stuff like that easily. So that's not a problem. 19-year-olds too. Even for the Jewish white student, close a 19-year-old. Another student bangs a 18-year-old stunner Latina. So what's the big deal? In the Italian 30-year-old student gets a 20-year-old. And look at my 52-year-old student before. He bangs a 21-year-old in his first lay from Kaizen. Then he bangs a 25-year-old. Then he bangs a 21 again. Why not? Because if your husband material, I'm not saying this is exact fashion to wear, but if your husband material, most women wants to get married. That's the truth. So therefore, if your husband material, or you have those qualities and you're older and you're confident and you have good social skills, you'll clean up with younger women. They don't want to date guys their own age for these women. They don't. They want an older guy. So having said that, you're depressed because you're losing so much in life due to low SMV, also autism mixed with sociopathic delusional traits. That's mGtOw. Also, if you're ADHD, which most of you mGtOw are, since most of them are debt-ridden losers and they're depressed ADHD zombies. You're like, what do you mean by debt? It means that the more depressed they feel, if they don't have the hormonal thing taken care of, it also means that the more they're going to spend money to make themselves feel better as antidepressants. They'll buy stupid shit. They'll spend more money on clothing. They'll spend more money on food. And they'll shove food in their fucking face because they'll be fat as fuck. Hope that makes sense. They get depressed. So they shove more food in their face and they spend more money and then they start wasting on stupid shit. Gen Z loves to put themselves in debt. Anyone that has ADHD for my students, never mind the mGtOw, low SMV guys without social skills. They'll just spend like fucking crazy. They'll think money is expiring. So therefore, they don't understand how to split the money up into 5 buckets. Emergency money, what's it called? Self-education or training with me, investments, paying the bills, and also play money, as they call it. Yes, those 5 things. They don't know how to spend on those 5 things and split 20% each. So every time they don't do that, they have more cortisol problems. They got skinny fat. So you need to supplement to focus, or you're turning into a zombie. Because every single time you say you're going to do something, you don't do it, what's going to happen with your self-esteem? Let's just say there's an emotional bank account, okay? And every single time you say you're going to do something and you do it, you're adding more coins to it, right? So it becomes bigger. Then you have confidence and you have more testosterone because you win and you become less delusional. Every single time that you said you're going to get this task done and you don't fucking do it and you procrastinate because of the cortisol, because you're a loser, you have too many losses, and you delay till next week, you're lying to your own brain. You're like, brain, I'm going to get this done. And what does your brain do? Your brain starts to beat itself up and it starts to take the money away from your emotional bank account. Now you're grabbing a bunch of coins and throwing it away, withdrawing it. Now you're in the fucking deficit. So you got the 4 traits of low self-esteem. Number 1, you become delusional. Number 2, you half-ass everything. Number 3, the wrong path to sociopath, wasting the money. Number 4, you quit. But the word quit means mGtOw. You quit like a mGtOw. I hope that makes sense. That's a perfect explanation for it. mGtOw is just basically the last stage of the very last stage of the 4 traits of low self-esteem. I appreciate the truth that you never hesitate to speak, John. Saving money is very important. Because I believe financial crisis is affecting a lot of young men these days. Substance, pornography, abuses. Yeah, money is such a big issue. If you're 2 paychecks away from being homeless, 2 of them, and you get kicked out. A lot of Gen Z in Canada now are homeless, and it's growing like 20,000 every single month or something, or a week or something. It's a lot. It's crazy. What the fuck is that? If that's the case, you cannot be in such a place that you're nearly going to tap out because you're always in survival mode. When you're in survival mode, the winner or loser effect, you always feel like a loser. When you feel like a loser, give it a thumbs up. You're learning something. If you always feel like a loser, then you're always going to be like, fat. And when you're fat like a mGtOw, you're going to quit because that's the lowest trait of low self-esteem. I'm glad you're here, Dark America. I'm really, really glad you're here because you're asking some of the best questions. In fact, your questions can steer this entire conversation. You should keep asking the right questions and get the better answers out of this YouTube Live because your mental filter will change. So no more excuses. Get Elite Bundle 2. And here's the thing. Hormonal stimulation. Okay? This is what it says. In some animals, winner and loser effect has been shown to cause hormonal differences in blood plasma. Hormones like cortisol are found to be higher in animals experiencing loser effect than those experiencing winner effect. Cortisol is a stress hormone and is raised due to implications of a loss in animals experiencing the loser effect. Some research even suggests that the increased level of cortisol caused by the loser effect inhibits regions of the brain involved in learning and memory. This is why mGtOw are so stupid. They can't remember shit because they're fucking losers. But no formal literature has been supporting the hypothesis that the winner or loser effect directly causes this. I wouldn't be surprised if it does. An example of this is increased cortisol following a loss seen in copperhead snakes. It continues from there. I'm just using one example. Does that make sense? So you must always in your power, if you were smart, if I were you, I would spend every single hour. If you're going to have a goal and you declare you're going to get it done, right? If you're going to get it done, you fucking do it. Like there's a gun pointed at your fucking head. If you don't do it like that and get it done, then you're going to gaslight yourself and take away the emotional bank account. If I say I'm going to do something, like I'm going to be on YouTube Live today, even though I was a little bit late, I just took a shower last minute, I'm still on here. So I have a self-esteem. It goes up. My testosterone will go up by being here because I deposit in the emotional bank account. You cannot do the opposite, which is lie to yourself. Then you start to have the 4 traits of low self-esteem. There'll be 4 fucking bullies. The first one is the delusional bully. They'll start to beat the shell of you. Everything I tell you is going to bounce off your mental filter, as we talked about before. You're not going to learn anything, and you're going to see it through a very delusional lens. Everything I say will be twisted. Everything you hear is going to be changed by your brain in real time. You can't hear your mistakes. You cannot see it. You become delusional like the mGtOw. Then you're going to half-ass everything. The lazier you get is the lower your self-esteem. You're going to take every shortcut you can. You're not going to finish a single thing. Everything I do is full. That means when I wrote the script for this, I fully am doing it. I'm fully here. I'm going to fully answer the question. If you don't fully get things done and you half-ass things, what's going to happen to your self-esteem, your cortisol? It's going to bench hold. Hope that makes sense. And then give a thumbs up. There's only 3. So having said that, after that, the wrong path to sociopath. Your brain will start to create a bunch of decisions. I would tell you opposite if you're part of Elite Access from Elite Bundle 2. Don't do this as I tell my other student who just quit his job because the boss yelled at him because he would caught COVID and then he could not do his job during the holiday seasons. I say, that was stupid. But now he was going to try to teach himself for the job interviews, even though he got a job in one try after my body language practice. I told him not to have this Latino fuck behavior, one-track mind. You're going to start having more cortisol. You're going to fail. When you fail several job interviews, you'll be like, John was right. Start sending me your homework assignments. Never have a one-track mind. Hope that makes sense. So having said that, no more excuses. Get Elite Bundle 2. You have to win. You have to complete all your tasks. You cannot take any shortcuts. So, 1 second. All right. So, any questions about that? Because we're going to move on to number 2. That was just number 1, guys. That's a lot of value. Now you guys know how to build a 5 stack, a 5 supplement stack to deal with the ashwagandha for the cortisol, something for adrenaline, something for ADHD, something for depression, and something for ADHD, depression, cortisol, adrenaline, and there's a 5th one, I believe. I can't remember. But you need to have a 5 supplement stack. Oh yeah, for testosterone, anti-estrogen pills. If you take all those things at once, you can start to reduce the effects, the scorecard. You can start to reset the scorecard. There's no guarantee you'll reset your scorecard because you still have trauma. With the trauma, it still gets stuck into your head. It's like a crater. A comet hits it and it cracks. But at the very least, you can reduce the damage, stop the bleeding. So there's no questions. Let's move on to the next topic. Step number 2, clear your mental trauma. Yes, that's exactly what we're talking about. You probably lost so much that your brain's stuck in this defensive mode. Look into something like my mental trauma cure. My mental trauma cure has a 100% success rate for everyone that finished it. 100% success. There's one person that did not finish it fully, going through the protocols. He just disappeared. That was fucking stupid. But everybody else that went through all the protocols, 100% success rate. I have more testimonials. I'm going to post it very soon for mGtOw, but they can't afford it. mGtOw is poor. They're cheap. They've given up. They're working super hard to get into debt. But mental trauma cure is a solution. And this comes with Elite 60. But now I'm taking down Elite 60, where you can only get it with 3 months of proficiency. So only the last engineer that has pledged to get Elite 60, he's the last one who can take it. I'm really serious when I say that Elite Bundle 2 is the main offering. I literally got rid of all the other sales letters or hide them so you cannot find them. I'm that serious. It might sound crazy, John, you're going to fuck up your business and bench hold it. No, Elite Bundle 2 is going to be the solution. Not for mGtOw. You guys are already given up. And I don't want people to turn mGtOw. But mental trauma cure or similar methods. You need to find something that you can vent your anger and something that can help you process all that stress. There are many ways to do it, many different psychological ways. So it's not only affecting your belief system, because mGtOw people have very distorted perspectives. They're losers. They're delusional. They're half-assing it. The wrong path to sociopath, make bad decisions where they make YouTube channels and they quit. So the 4 traits of low self-esteem, mGtOw most likely is number 4. Number 4. Let's just see if I zoom out. No. I'll press this again. Oh, okay. I'm zoom in now. I wonder if I can zoom out even further. No, I guess as far as it goes. But does that make sense? So they're always complaining and rationalizing away with their irrationality about their failures. Then they start listening to other autistic people in their own echo chamber on these forum groups, this is even worse than red pill. This is worse than black pill. This is worse than Asian masculinity. This is worse than purple pill. The fucking mGtOw encompasses all. It beats everybody because all Gen Z are now indirectly, involuntarily part of mGtOw. Men going their own way, the ones who have quit. They never asked to be part of it. People join this organization without actually joining this organization. That's the big problem. Does that make sense? The biggest loser operation of all time. And there are lots of autistic people without social skills there. And they're sociopathic, the ones who are more into mGtOw before the economic stress turning the world into Japan with their opinions as facts. If they've been mGtOw for many years before even the inflation, and they're mGtOw during the pandemic and mGtOw before that. Don't you understand that economic stress can cause mGtOw in Japan? The low birth rate is basically mGtOw movement. They didn't officially join mGtOw, but they're part of the same organization now because they are technically stepping out of dating and men going their own way. Ridiculous. So if you don't get this handled, you'll be stuck always blaming women, society, or the economy for your problems. Take my mental trauma cure program first. $1,000 is cheaper than $18,000 in, a couple years. and they don't even get rid of their traumas. Then recalibrate the pain, the traumas, the belief systems, so you can try again. If you can't afford that, get some other therapy online. It doesn't have to be with me, but my one works really well for mGtOw. Even if I don't think it is effective for others, do something. If you don't fix this, you will just turn mGtOw and be a total loser. There's a difference between a person that's losing, being a loser, versus a total loser. That means every area is losing. A total fucking loser is even worse than a loser. Does that make sense? mGtOw is a total loser. These people cannot win to save their lives. And learn day game, but clear your mental trauma first. That's the solution. Elite 60 comes with a mental trauma cure. Elite Bundle 2 can help a great deal, but you still have to clear your trauma during it. Since Elite 60 comes with a mental trauma cure in the beginning, that's a next step. So having said that, yes, you have a lot of trauma. You have a lot of bad beliefs. They have to be cleared. That's the next solution number 2. Figure out how to do it. You can talk to ChatGPT or find some kind of online therapy thing. I don't give a fuck what you do. The point is you got to talk about it and clear it and get your anger out of there. Some people say venting anger is not always automatically good, but I disagree, because venting the anger can reduce the anger by processing it. Talk about your problems. Maybe write it out. Maybe say in the voice recorder all the things that make you fucking angry. And when you do that, even though you're feeling angry at the time, it's less bothering you. Find some way to reprocess the trauma. I'm not going to tell you how to do it. My mental trauma cure program is $1,000. That is a solution. But it doesn't mean that I want mGtOw to do it. I want people that are just on the verge of quitting or just quit recently to unquit. You can still be revived. A dead body can still be revived if there's a certain time period. mGtOw has too much fucking loser hormones. They cannot actually be revived. They are cooked. They have no chance whatsoever. They do not stand a chance. Let the dead bury the dead, metaphorically speaking. And the ones who are still on the verge of life support, time to unquit. Get mental trauma cure or get Elite 60 and get back into the fight. Stop fucking around and wasting time. All right? So that's number 2. Let's talk about number 3. So number 3 is called take extreme ownership. Listen up. Stop blaming the government. Modern women, as they always make mGtOw videos, or they call it modern women, because my students, I don't even think they understand what a modern woman is. Modern women submits to my students who are whitewashed, who have perfect social skills. They give them no resistance. The resistance that you're feeling is because your threshold is lower due to the lack of social skills, due to the lockdowns. Because of the social skills from the lockdowns, we're fucking up your social skill points, the 2.5 points. Women start becoming more resistant. It's like a candida overgrowth. It just exploded everywhere. That's what happened to you guys. Tinder has been around. You can blame Tinder all you want. Tinder has been around for more than a decade. Same with Instagram. What changed? Nothing has changed. So you're blaming the wrong things. Your lack of social skills during the year of 2020 and 2021 has fucked up your life. 2 years of no social skills, the whole world becomes 63% of men single. That simple. Social skills makes the world go around. Social media or Tinder, don't blame that. Like I said, they have been around for a decade. And the lockdowns did take away your social skills. And the world became 63% single in a short time. It's on you to take extreme ownership and to fix your life. No one else is going to do it for you except for me if you take Elite Bundle 2. Of course, you might be saying, well, I don't get it, John. What's extreme ownership? I heard this term before. Maybe you heard it on YouTube. But what is extreme ownership? This is the thing that sociopaths cannot do. Now I'll explain why. So what exactly is extreme ownership? The most important topic. What is extreme ownership? And how can this fix everything? Less people are dropping off, but extreme ownership means taking responsibility for what happens. The good and the bad. You're like, well, fuck, I don't want to do that. Because if you take the extreme ownership for the good and the bad in your life, then you cannot blame women anymore or blame the inflation turning you to Japan. Like, John, I don't want to take extreme ownership. It's scary. Of course it's fucking scary. You know? I made a decision that I'm only going to sell Elite Bundle 2. I'm taking extreme ownership. I'm not going to blame you guys for being poor. I'm going to educate you guys why this is the best option that got most people laid last year, the gritty ones. Engineers should take 3MP. 10 months of coaching in a row, heavy coaching. It's not 3 months, it's like 10 months. But for Elite Bundle 2, most of the students that are getting 17 lays, 8 lays, all 9 on 10s, and a few 8.5, 1.8. That's from Elite Bundle 2 and Mental Trauma and Cure. So, in a way, I'm taking extreme ownership. My strategy is that I'm only going to sell my course to the 5 ones. And you might be saying, what exactly is 5 ones? So let me ask ChatGPT, right? Can you explain to me what are the 5 ones for the strategy for marketing? This is the risk I'm taking. I'm taking extreme ownership. If it fucks up my business, I'm going to take 100% ownership and not blame anyone else. One audience, target a specific niche, day game, which is level 2 students who can afford up to $1,000. One offer, sell one main product or service. I was going to add a second course, maybe like a VIP instead of doing a school program, because most people in school, if they pay $50 per month, they usually quit in 3 months. Maybe something that's permanent, lifetime. You pay $300, you can stay there for the rest of your life. The videos will be more detailed than YouTube Lives. I'm there once a month. However, it's not going to be as detailed as my products or detailed as Inner Circle, the secret sauce. But one audience, level 2, one offer, Elite Bundle 2, not the VIP program, the Elite VIP, is a new group coaching course, but very light. Number 3, one conversion method. Use that one primary sales channel, which is YouTube. That means I'm not focusing on the blog. Number 4, one traffic source. Use one primary sales channel. Maybe it means sales calls or conversations. I'll use conversation. Number 4, one traffic source, which is YouTube. That's why I'm on YouTube now more often. Before, I rarely was on YouTube. Number 5, 1 year of focus. Stick to the strategy for at least 1 year. You see how scary this strategy is? I may fuck up my business, but I'm going to double down on this strategy. I'm taking extreme ownership. So if it fucks up, it's on me. But don't worry, I have enough money to retire. So I don't give a shit. I can retire today, and I can still live off of my savings for the rest of my life. I'm pretty cheap. Paying the rent, food, everything, I'll survive. But I like my job, so I'm not going to retire. I know I'm already old, and some of you suspect that I'm probably a lot older than I look. If I'm in a wheelchair teaching a boot camp in the future with zero COVID, and I die on the wheelchair, I'll be happy because I'm doing what I love. I will not physically age. Even if I'm 50, I'll look exactly the same as today. I don't physically age. So I appreciate the truth that you never hesitate to speak. Okay. Yeah, basically, all of you need to take extreme ownership. The opposite of Joe Biden. I'm glad he's gone now, but Joe Biden is always blaming Trump and blaming everybody else. Have you noticed that? The sociopaths, they always blame somebody else. It's never their fault. Look at the far left. Oh no, but it's the Republicans' fault. They always blame somebody else. Look at Gavin Newsom or Newscom. Oh, the wildfires. It's this person's fault. It's not our fault. Are they taking extreme ownership? These Democrats. And they're smiling during the fucking wildfires in California. The woman, the black woman, she's always laughing. Like she's so delighted. Yeah, we have wildfires and whatever. She cannot stop smiling. She's like that Mayorkas guy that let all the Latinos into the country. They're complete sociopaths. They don't feel guilt. That's why they don't take extreme ownership. You're like saying, oh, how is all this related? I don't get it. Because sociopaths cannot take responsibility for their own mistake. Most of the people in the far left are sociopaths. For the 10 traits of sociopathy, some of them are win at all cost, never apologize, they are never wrong, they don't have the circuitry to feel guilt, remorse. Also, they are delusional, and their story they tell sounds like the truth when they tell it. So with their stupid mGtOw small channels, they're complaining and they're coping. So there was a Navy SEAL guy, Jocko Willings. If you guys have not heard of Jocko, he's on the YouTube. He's always there all the time. Jocko advocates that you take extreme ownership. So he was in a TEDx speech, and he was telling his story. We can play his audio, but I'm not sure if it's going to get cut off by YouTube. Okay. It says there's only 12 people that have been on here. There's no way it's just 12 people. Come on. No, 31 people. Good. That would be fucked up. I also take extreme ownership for that. So, having said that, Jocko, maybe we should listen to his story. So, we just go to it right now. Jocko, his name is Jocko Willink, and he had a TED Talk. Okay? He talks about how his Navy SEALs start shooting at each other. When that happened, he took extreme ownership from the generals and people, and they did not fire him. Unlike Biden, that shifts the blame for everything, a good leader can take responsibility. I can take good responsibility if I fuck up with the 5-1s strategy. Let's listen to what Jocko has to say. Okay? Oh, for fucking more ads. Okay? Here's his speech. I'll break it down. Yay! All right, Jocko, speak. Double speed.
War is a nightmare. War is awful. It is indifferent and devastating.
Can you guys hear it?
War is hell. A war is also an incredible teacher, a brutal teacher, and it teaches you lessons that you will not forget. In war, you are forced to see humanity at its absolute worst. And you are also blessed to see humanity in its most glorious moments. War teaches you about sorrow and loss and pain. And it teaches you about the preciousness and the fragility of human life. And in that fragility, war teaches you about death.
Already another fucking ad. Come on now. Let me turn off the volume. This is like a 13-minute video. So as long as you guys can hear it, I'm going to make a good point. Stick with me.
War also teaches you about brotherhood and honor and humility and leadership. And unfortunately, war teaches you the most when things go wrong.
This is what he's talking about.
And for me, one of the most impactful lessons that I learned from war was in the spring of 2006 in the city of Ramadi, Iraq, which at the time was the epicenter of the insurgency, where brutal and determined terrorists ruled the streets with torture and rape and murder. And it was in one neighborhood of that city, during an operation that I was in charge of, when all hell broke loose. We had multiple units out on the battlefield fighting the enemy. We had friendly Iraqi soldiers, we had U.S. Army soldiers and U.S. Marines, along with small elements of my SEAL team. And then the fog of war rolled in, with its confusion and chaos and mayhem.
Direct does not work. Never go direct. It did not work for all the other dating coaches. It doesn't matter. Do the hybrid opener.
And with its gunfire and enemy attacks and screaming men and blood and death. And in that fog of war, through a series of mistakes and human error and poor judgment and Murphy's Law and just plain bad luck, a horrendous firefight broke out. But this firefight, it wasn't between us and the enemy. This firefight, tragically, was between us and us. Friendly forces against friendly forces.
The squad they call friendly fire. His forces, the Navy SEALs, were shooting at their own army or something like that. So they fucked up. What would Joe Biden do in this situation? I mean, look at Joe Biden with Afghanistan withdrawal. He calls it a victory. But lots of people died on their way to trying to, because of the botched plan. Many American soldiers died over that plan. And they didn't blame himself. And even people flew from the airplanes, like Arabs are jumping on the plane and they died too. It's fucking stupid. But here his troops are shooting at each other.
Side, the mortal sin of combat and the most horrific part of war. And when it was over and the fog of war lifted, one friendly Iraqi soldier was dead, 2 more were wounded, one of my men was wounded, the rest of my SEALs were badly shaken. And it was only through a miracle that no one else was killed. And it was reported up the chain of command what had happened. That we had fought and wounded and killed each other. And when we got back to base, things didn't get much better. there was a message waiting for me from my commanding officer. And it said, shut down all operations.
Yeah, so he got in trouble for that when their troops are shooting at each other. Just stick with me here. The ones who are just disappearing, right? Stick with me here. There's only one person here. Come on now. I got a lot to say.
It said that the commanding officer, the master chief, and the investigating officer were inbound to my location. And they told me to prepare a debrief to explain exactly what had happened on the operation and what had gone wrong. Now, I knew what this meant. It meant that somebody had to pay. It meant that somebody had to be held accountable. It meant that somebody had to get fired for what had happened.
He could get fired from his Navy SEAL commander job. You know, most people, if they shift the blame, they'll probably be fired. Look at most of the woke people. They've been fired. Donald Trump won all battleground states. This is like the mandate that they fired the far left.
So I began to prepare my debrief. And in it, I detailed every mistake that was made and who made it. And I pointed out every failure in the planning and the preparation and the execution in the operation. And I pointed out who was responsible for that failure. There was plenty of blame to go around. There were so many people that I could incriminate with guilt.
This site
another fucking ad.
plus remote.
Does that make sense? In most cases, you can, just like mGtOw, they can blame women, they can blame female nature.
Or select jobs.
Oh, shut the fuck up. It's so easy to shift the blame. Blame the economy, blame the AI for taking the jobs. You could blame female nature, like Jocko in this situation, when they had the friendly fire. But what did he do instead of acting mGtOw in their behavior?
Wasn't right. For some reason, I just couldn't put my finger on who was at fault and who specifically I should blame for what had happened. And I sat and I went over it again and again and I struggled for an answer. And then when I was about 10 minutes from starting the debrief, that answer came and it hit me like a slap in the face. And I realized that there was only one person to blame for the confusion, only one person to blame for the wounded men, and only one person to blame for the dead Iraqi soldier. And I knew exactly who that person was. And with that knowledge, I walked into the debriefing room. My commanding officer and the master chief and the investigating officer were sitting there waiting for me, along with the rest of my men, including my SEAL that had been wounded, who was sitting in the back of the room with his head and his face all bandaged up. And I stood up before them and I asked them one simple question. Whose fault was this? One of my SEALs raised his hand. And he said it was my fault. I didn't keep control of the Iraqi soldiers I was with. And they left their designated sector, and that was the root of all these problems. And I said, no, it wasn't your fault. And then another SEAL raised his hand and said it was my fault. I didn't pass our location over the radio fast enough, so no one knew what building we were in, and that's what caused all this confusion. It was my fault. And I said, no, it wasn't your fault either. And then another SEAL raised his hand, and he said, boss, this was my fault.
See, everybody's taking the blame except for him. They're taking the blame for Jocko. Just like it's easy to blame somebody else and shift the blame, like mGtOw.
I didn't properly identify my target, and I shot and killed that friendly Iraqi soldier. This was my fault. And I said, no, this wasn't your fault either. And it wasn't yours or yours or yours. I said, as I pointed to the rest of the SEALs in the room. And then I told them that there was only one person at fault for what had happened. There was only one person to blame.
Who is it?
And that person was me.
What?
I am the commander. I am the senior man on the battlefield, and I am responsible for everything that happens. Everything. And then I went on to explain to them some new tactics, techniques, and procedures that we were going to implement to ensure that this kind of travesty never happened again. And I will tell you something. It hurt. It hurt my ego. It hurt my pride to take the blame. But I also knew. I knew that to maintain my integrity as a leader and as a man, I had to take responsibility. And in order to do that, I had to control my ego so that my ego did not control me. And you know what? I didn't get fired. In fact, my commanding officer, who had expected excuses and finger pointing, when I took responsibility, when I took ownership, he now trusted me even more. And my men, they didn't lose respect for me. Instead, they realized that I would never shirk responsibility, and I would never pass that heavy burden of command down the chain and onto them.
You saw that with Biden and the far left? They just kept shifting the blame for the last 4 years. This guy took full responsibility, did not get fired. He got respected, and they changed the procedures. Right? Might just move to the mother country. All this whitewash BS. What do you mean, mother country? Oh, another fucking ad. For fuck's sakes.
And you know what? They had the same attitude. Unlike a team where no one takes ownership of the problems, and therefore the problems never get solved, with us, Everyone took ownership of their mistakes. Everyone took ownership of the problems. And when a team takes ownership of its problems, the problems get solved.
That's right.
And that is true on the battlefield, it is true in business, and it is true in life. So I say, take ownership. Take extreme ownership. Don't make excuses. Don't blame any other person or any other thing. Get control of your ego. Don't hide your delicate pride from the truth. Take ownership of everything in your world, the good and the bad. Take ownership of your mistakes. Take ownership of your shortfalls. Take ownership of your problems. And then take ownership of the solutions that will get those problems solved.
That's right. And I've taken extreme ownership. I'm rewriting the sales letter for Elite Bundle 2, believe it or not. I'll post a link from another video into this video, but I'm literally rewriting a sales letter. I'm taking full ownership because I want everyone to take Elite Bundle 2. I know it's a risky strategy. It's very, very risky. But at the same time, I'm Johnny Elite. I can take the risk. I'm responsible. Last year, I was responsible for getting everyone laid. I was responsible for that. And I got 56 laid in poll testimonials. 656. I was responsible. I was responsible for everything. Whether I fucked up like the other dating coaches or whether or not I succeeded, I'm completely responsible for everything good and everything bad that was going to happen. That's called taking extreme ownership. And a lot of people are disappearing because they don't want to hear this. They don't want to take extreme ownership. They want to shift the blame like mGtOw. And so number one for mGtOw, you must learn how to take extreme ownership. Like Jocko. I'm writing mGtOw. mGtOW. Okay. So that way I can tag this. But I'm taking extreme ownership. That means mGtOw is like a cancer that needs to be stopped. I'm taking extreme ownership by talking about this topic. If I'm focusing on the 5 ones, where I'm only focused on, like I said over here, according to ChatGPT, one audience who, okay, one offer, Elite Bundle 2, one conversion method, YouTube plus direct conversations, one traffic source, YouTube, and 1 year of focus, dominating this strategy for 12 months. That means no more VIP group coaching, school-like shit in between, distracting everything. I get good at writing the sales letters. I'm going to keep trying until I get it done. And I invested in coaching yesterday. I actually hired or I got coaching from 2 people, not directly, but indirectly, from 2 women that are considered the best copywriters in the whole world. Get this back here. Because my thinking is that I could be completely wrong. But in general, hopefully it shifts it back. Yeah. Okay, background's back. That's good. So women in general never will make more than $1 million, most of them. Only 1.2% of the entire population of women ever made it past, they only made it past that kind of money. So I figured that if a woman can make over $1 million, then she must be doing something right during the inflation. Because all the men's strategy did not work. I took extreme ownership. So I've been trained now by the 2 world's best copywriter, and I believe one of them is going to work. One of them is not going to work at all. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to say who's who, but there's only 2 of them I acknowledge that have any skills. I've taken training for both of them. Doesn't mean it's easy, because people, when they look at sales letters these days, they don't like anything that looks like sales. But I'm taking extreme ownership to learn how to write it for Elite Bundle 2. I'm throwing money at it until I get it solved. What are the risk factors for becoming mGtOw? You'll never quit mGtOw. If you blame everybody else, the biggest danger of mGtOw is once you're dead, you can never be revived. The current people that are thinking about quitting and turning mGtOw, they can still be revived. That's why I'm making the YouTube live. You can still take the 5 supplements, the stack. But if you turn mGtOw today and you don't take extreme ownership, you think in the future you're going to go back to dating. If you quit right now, you'll never come back. Your whole family line is gone. The tree of life is dead. You're not going to procreate. It is not worth it to quit. So if you turn mGtOw, it's game over. Your life is just wasted. There is no future. You'll never be happy, and you always sit there blaming the world without taking extreme ownership. So, does that answer your question about the consequences? mGtOw is the most dangerous organization in the world. The biggest one. Gen Z are all mGtOw. Most of them. They can't even fucking approach. They're scared. They're scared of modern women. Japan, they're not going to fucking approach. China is the same way now. They don't even want to get married anymore. mGtOw has grown and people did not ask to join it, but somehow they're part of mGtOw indirectly. They're a member, given a membership card without even knowing they're a member now. mGtOw has grown beyond red pill and black pill, purple pill. mGtOw is the biggest thing. But once you quit, you'll never come back because you have too much of a loser hormone. So you cannot quit no matter what. Like the Navy SEALs, Hell Week, you never ring the bell and you quit and you put your helmet down, because once you do that, there is no coming back. Does that fully answer your question? mGtOw is the most dangerous organization. You guys have no idea. It is extinction level threat. Not just to my business. It's not that AI is going to destroy my business, although a lot of AI shit has been out there recently. People can pump out more content. It's not because of modern women and female nature. Red pill shit. Although that does exist to some degree. It is the mGtOw that's going to sink things if we don't change this right now. So I'm giving you solutions. mGtOw is the biggest omega level threat. So you understand about Jocko's story from extreme ownership. He took the blame instead of like Joe Biden, like the far left sociopath Democrat always shifting the blame. He says there's nobody to blame except for himself. And he'll take whatever responsibility they choose, and he didn't fire him. And he made sure it never happened again. Until you can take extreme ownership of everything, and there's no mGtOw in the world or red pill. That's the problem with all these red pill, black pill. It's always somebody else's fault. Their jawline is not perfect angle. It's a different circumstance. They're not taking extreme ownership. Or red pill is saying it's female nature. Or mGtOw is just saying like you should stop approaching women and then punish women for it. You guys are not taking extreme ownership. You're acting like a victim. When you do that, it's because of the sociopathic traits. Even if you did have an excuse, right? And you're like a car driving to a destination, even have an excuse, you pull the handbrake, it'll stop moving forward. You have shifted the blame. Everything that's good or bad, it's your fault. Until you have the Navy SEALs mindset, you cannot change your life. You remain a loser mGtOw who has given up. Because sociopaths never blame themselves. Because in their mind, they have to win at all costs. They're never wrong. They're perfect. They don't feel guilt and remorse. Because of these traits and they're delusional, if they blame themselves and they can change their life, but in exchange, a sociopath hardware can never blame themselves. I can blame myself if I fuck up. I'm going to take full responsibility for the 5-1 strategy, to focus on just the elite bundle 2, even though not everyone can afford it. I'll take full responsibility. Give it a thumbs up if you're willing to take extreme ownership. If you're not, then don't give it a thumbs up. All right? So, I just want to see how many people has watched the video so far. Wait a few seconds. But you got to take extreme ownership. 40 people viewed it. Not enough. Not enough. Let me try and make some changes. I take some extreme ownership. Maybe I can write some tags. mGtOw 2025. How about I just use the tags from the other video? I'll take some extreme ownership. That's a good idea. We'll use exactly the same tags we used on the last YouTube live. Yeah. That will reach them. That will reach them, mGtOw. Like I said, I'm completely responsible for how the business goes and also for my student results. Although it's going to be a lot harder this year. Not because it's harder, because more people are quitting. I still have to take extreme ownership for the 5-1 strategy. I'm going to follow it through. I'm going to follow it through to the very end. And I'm going to make it work. Even though no one in their right minds will just give up all the other products and only focus on one. I'm going to do it. Even though it's easier to make a VIP program where you can join Facebook You get 12 videos a month, and then you can upsell whatever difference. You pay 300, we'll just minus 300 from Elite Bundle 2. But if I did that, and that's a better strategy, I'm not going to do it because I'm going to stubbornly go for the 5-1 strategy. This is how people make the most amount of money. The first year that they become a millionaire is always the 5-1 strategy. It's not like splitting things up. I'll take responsibility. I could fuck up my business, or it can be completely glorious. So if you don't want to be a loser but winner, get Elite Bundle 2 with me, and I'll get you laid. Assuming that you actually follow instructions and not shift blame. I'll call you out on all your excuses. So that's number 3. Take extreme ownership. How many of you can really do it? Most of you can't. If you look at the 10 traits of sociopaths, you can't. I've never seen a sociopath student take extreme ownership and blame themselves. It's always somebody else's fault. So what's step number 4? The solution number 4. I'm giving you all the solutions. Step number 4, rebuild your self-esteem. Low self-esteem comes with few nasty traits. Delusions, thinking that you're doing fine when you're really not. Number 2, you half-ass through everything in life. Putting in weak effort and expecting good results. Number 3, the wrong path, the sociopath. Choosing the easy route and then failing in just 4 months. It's like every single time is 4 months. And number 4 is called quitting. Or should we just call it mGtOw, men going their own way? That's the lowest trait of low self-esteem. If you look at my chart and 4 traits of low self-esteem, mGtOw is 100% related to the last trait. It should be renamed mGtOw. mGtOW. It should not be called quitting. It should be called mGtOwing. That's a funny way of putting it. That's the problem. They're giving up and hiding behind excuses. You've got to score some real wins to boost your confidence. Not just hang around in red pill echo chambers or loser fucking mGtOw forum groups. If you have ADHD, you would just say you'll finish a task and not do it. You gaslight your own brain, like I said earlier. You are a zombie. So you're turning from human into more of a zombie as you deplete your emotional bank account. You withdraw every single time you do not follow through what you said you're going to do. Then the economic stress, the inflation, although he's gone now, I think, it'll give you more cortisol due to the winner and loser effect. That's why I'm here on the YouTube Live, because I want to make sure before you quit in the very last few days of inflation, it will get better half a year from now in the summer. But before you guys quit, let's unquit. When you guys unquit, then you can join here. You can be revived. It makes sense? So then you will get those 4 traits of low self-esteem. You start depleting from your emotional bank account. You beat yourself up. And then every time you do that, you start to lose self-esteem and you become more delusional. The 4 traits. Then you will turn more delusional. When I tell you what works, you shoot down every idea I have. Even though I'm the expert, I'm the only one getting students laid month after month last year, except for 1 month. Every other month, 11 months in a row, 56 laid in testimonials. I'm the only one. Most people can't get more than 1 laid testimonial in a third world country. I'm the expert. I'm the best at what I do. I have more late testimonials. Even at 56 is more than every other coach for their whole career. Ridiculous. Then you are so lazy. That's the next step. You finish no task. You just procrastinate like crazy, like zombies. Losers never finish what they started because they have no grit. The laziness is your brain turning into a zombie. Due to your delusions, you make insane fucking decisions that fail. Every single 4 months, it blows up in your fucking face. Your whole life becomes devastated by bad decisions, your bad mGtOw decisions. Lastly, quitting, which is going to be called mGtOwing. That's the loser mGtOw way. And that's when you start having more of that double chin, skinny fat, round face, Cushing syndrome, the low self-esteem way. There are many ways to raise your self-esteem. But if it's too low in the first place, you won't be able to see your mistakes. You become delusional. And the last step of the 4 traits of low self-esteem is quitting or mGtOwing. That's the name. It's all related. Because when I look at my chart, and I wrote this a long time ago, when I turn this into a video, I'm going to make this into a chart. But let me read the chart exactly. I made this years ago, so I understand the 4 traits of low self-esteem. I understand exactly the traits. It's not like something I'm making up for this year. I really do see people acting like this, like a bunch of zombies. So let's read it out. What are the 4 traits of low self-esteem? Number 1, I wrote delusions. Your brain scrambles everything I teach you. You see and hear a different reality. That's almost like the zombie VR or AR, just like the MetaQuest 3S headset. It changes what you see, what you hear. You hear a different reality. It happens with women when day gaming, thinking she's into you when she's not, because you're being delusional. So that's number 1. That's what I wrote. I wrote this years ago. Number 2, half-assing it. You spam approach doing everything halfway. You don't fully level up with the Elite 30. Lazy. So I took extreme ownership. I got rid of Elite 30 for this year. It'll come back next year when the economy gets better. Because right now your mental filter is not ready for it. You're delusional. Number 3, the wrong path to sociopath. You start trying to be the expert, ignoring my advice, doing it your way. You only consider not accept my advice, then it fails you every single time in 4 months, wasting so much time. Exactly. And number 4, you quit. You burn out with PTSD, doing it your way. Spam approaching, reinforcing bad habits. But for mGtOw, they're not even spam approaching. They're mGtOwing it. And they become zombies. So that's step number 4. Raise your self-esteem. But how do you raise your self-esteem? There are many ways you can raise your self-esteem. You can use affirmations over and over. You can tell yourself with full conviction over and over, I am a worthy person. I'm a worthy person. I'm a worthy person. I'm a worthy person. I'm a worthy person. You say it over and over. Your brain will start to believe it. It'll get brainwashed. You want to brainwash your right brain like you're a dictator of your own brain, your own country. You want it to cooperate with you. So that's a golden nugget right here. You better tell your own brain to actually follow through. Because if you don't, then you're fucked. Why does it keep saying 40 views? Should be more people. So let me update this one more time. So we got 6 more to get through. Does that make sense? Number 2, you can listen to binaural beats to raise your self-esteem. You want to use the headphones of some sorts. You don't want to just, you don't want to just listen to it like that. Because it hits you at different parts of the ear. You can gain some self-esteem. And number 3, one of the secrets is that you can use an AI voice that you can do the voice typing and make some MP3s. You can actually type in things like, women wants me to approach them. And you can repeat that over and over. Over and over and over and over. And you'll start approaching because you brainwash your right brain. You tell yourself enough times in your brain, you'll start to believe it. So mGtOw needs to believe in themselves, but they need to actually do this. I had a really bad black student who basically was allergic to this. Every single time he was supposed to brainwash himself, he'll run away. He'll just mGtOw the situation like a zombie. Like a fucking zombie. Let's see. Hope that makes sense. Do binaural beats actually work? Yes, they do. Yeah, I would definitely suggest you don't day game during the gym because you can get into a lot of trouble. You can get into a lot of trouble. But yes, binaural beats work, but they only work with the headphones. If you don't have the headphones, they don't work unless it's called isochronic. Then they'll work without it. But you need headphones, right? Without the headphones, because the signal is slightly different. And they use like a brain frequency. They do work, but it does take time. So if you can look at self-esteem stuff, but for the really low self-esteem zombies, the ones full of cortisol, the unteachable cases, those bad students, if they go through a week of binaural beats, because they're so delusional, they cannot hear their own mistakes. And then when they start playing this audio, in 2 days, they'll see some improvements. They can finally hear that they're making mistakes. the zombie AR, the MetaQuest 3 helmet. They can take it off for 30 seconds after that. They hear all their mistakes and they're like, fuck. But guess what did they do? The low self-esteem, it wants to live. It's like a parasite. They'll make them stop listening to binaural beats. It's almost like they're being possessed by demons in real time. It goes through their mind, their low self-esteem, right into the real world. They'll start to self-sabotage. They'll start to like literally stop listening to the binaural beats because they think everything's okay. Their brain will play tricks on them. So mGtOw is game over. They have such low self-esteem and delusions with their stupid videos and stuff they make. It's game over for them. They have no chance whatsoever. It's already game over. Why is there only one person here? Why is there only one person here? What the fuck? Maybe I should not tag the video yet. Let me change it. But yes, binaural beats do work. You should use it. But the thing is that you got to force it on you, because if you don't do that, right? If you don't force the binaural beats, guess what will happen? Your brain will literally fight back. In my teaching experience, I'm talking about the data. I've never seen a student stick with it. They will run the fuck away from the binaural beats. Or even if you made your own binaural beat, this is what you can do that's even better. Okay? Let me just change the tags to nothing, so that way reach more people. Okay? So this is what you do. You'll play the binaural beats, but at the same time, you make the AI audio, and maybe you can ask ChatGPT, how can you create some... I'm demonstrating to the YouTube Live, if they're using ChatGPT, how to write some affirmations so they can use an AI voice to raise their self-esteem because of the 4 traits of low self-esteem, as you remember, which is delusions. Number 2, half-assing things. Number 3, the wrong path to sociopath. And number 4, quitting and turning mGtOw. Can you write me at least 30 different affirmations so we can use that as an example? So this is what you can do for ChatGPT. So you just type all this stuff into a document and you just use some AI voice, but something that sounds like really serious, very, very direct like me. Then I see reality as it is, not as I wish to be. I accept the truth even when it's uncomfortable. I'm honest with myself and learn from mistakes. I take responsibility for my outcomes and adjust my actions accordingly. This is what ChatGPT is writing. So you can literally just do that on your own ChatGPT. I listen to those with real experience, not with those who talk. I do not chase validation. I chase the truth. Affirmation, overcome half-assing. I give 100% effort to everything I do. I execute every task with precision and focus. I take pride in my work and I don't cut corners. I push through discomfort because success requires full commitment. I take immediate action and avoid procrastination. I set high standards for myself and meet them. I do things properly for first time and avoid unnecessary mistakes. Do you feel that? When I say this stuff, right? You can feel it too, right? You can feel it too. It's almost like brainwashing your brain. So if you loop this stuff over and over in the audio, you can repeat it, but you also have a binaural beat in the background to have more self-esteem. Now it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Does that make sense? Good morning, sir. I love your videos, right? Being out every day. I try, right? I have to unbrainwash people. Otherwise, you guys will quit. So basically, affirmations to prevent the wrong path to sociopathy. I recognize my emotions and use them wisely. I understand others, but I do not let their opinions define me. I remain calm and composed in stressful situations. I do not let bitterness or resentment control me. I develop social intelligence and adapt to situations. I respect others. I prioritize my own growth first. I surround myself with people who push me to improve. I build my trust with the words. So affirmation to prevent quitting, for example. I never quit. I adapt, adjust, and push forward. Failure is feedback. I use it to grow stronger. I stay focused on my long-term goals no matter what. I am relentless in my pursuit of success. I do not let setbacks define me and overcome them. I have unshakable self-belief I take action, right? Can you make these for mGtOw people, men going their own way? If there were affirmations for these 4 traits of low self-esteem, what does it sound like? Okay. So we can give you an example. So for some of you that are still not approaching, now you can start to create your own affirmations and then you can play it through audio, right? I take full responsibility for my results, not women, society, or the system. You see that? Now even mGtOw can have their own solutions. Blaming others make me weak. Owning my mistakes makes me strong. Women are not the enemy, my lack of skill is. I control my destiny, not external forces. Every time I make excuses, I rob myself of progress. I do not rely on theories or echo chambers. I see real world proof. If others can succeed with women, so can I. Believe women are all bad keeps me in fear. Instead, I seek to understand. Now here's affirmations for overcoming half-assed. You can literally cut my audio here, right? Download my video and then make a video and audio out of this. I refuse to do the bare minimum. I put in real effort. Day game fitness and social skills require full commitment. I do not expect results without work. I execute, refine, and improve every single day. Avoiding effort now creates regret later. I choose action. I choose to be another man who gave up when I refuse to be another man who gave up when things got hard. Women don't owe me attraction. I earn it by becoming valuable. A man who avoids challenges will always feel weak. I embrace the challenge. Affirmations prevent the wrong path to sociopath. Bitterness makes me unattractive. I choose self-mastery instead. Or you can train under me. Ilipano too. No one respects an angry man who blames women. I become a leader. I recognize emotions, but I do not let them control me. These are very good affirmations. Women are not the problem. My lack of calibrations is. I control my social outcomes by improving my skills. Isolation leads to weakness. Social intelligence is power. I do not waste energy on resentment. I use it to level up. We can literally turn this into an MP3 with my voice. Affirmations to prevent quitting, right? This is for mGtOw. Quitting is a permanent failure. I will never quit on myself. Giving up on women is the same as giving up on my growth. mGtOw is a mental prison. I choose to escape it. Avoiding women does not make me strong. Learning how to attract them does. I will never let past failures define my future success. I refuse to let fear or frustration make decisions for me. So if we copy and paste my voice, you guys can literally make this and then use like a self-esteem binaural beat in the background and then use a headphone to listen to it. That's a solution, okay? Well, you guys can see the headphones. I have a Bose headphone. My old Indian roommate has given me this one. Pretty expensive, but great gift. It still works today. It did not break down. Maybe this part broke down a little bit here. Sometimes it opens up a little bit, this leather. But when you listen to it over and over and over and over again and over and over again and over and over, you start to believe it after like a month. Then this will fix your self-esteem. Then when you actually finish your task, when you say you're going to do something, you fucking do it. You're going to start to fill your emotional bank account. When you fill your emotional bank account, you do something and you say you're going to do it, then you're going to get self-esteem and your bank account will grow rather than robbing yourself and withdrawing from it. It's that simple. I'm giving you guys the cheat code so you guys will not turn mGtOw. The people that are quitting right now, you need to unquit and follow my instructions. This is a field manual, an army field manual for the Johnny Lee Army. I could turn this into a PDF for people that are thinking about quitting day game maybe. I can transcribe all the words and turn this into a PDF, and then you guys can download it. Maybe I should do something like that. Good morning. I love your videos being going on every... Okay. So let emotional bank account grow. Correct. You have to let it grow because for you always say something, you don't do it. But if you do it, it grows. But you can also withdraw for the emotional bank account. The more you withdraw, the 4 traits of low self-esteem will take over. You become delusional. You half-ass things. The wrong path, the sociopath, and then you'll quit. You'll mGtOwing it. That's a new word. Instead of calling quitting, we'll just call it mGtOwing. That's a new John Lee term. It's like banchoding, right? Banchoding. So step number 5. So what's the next step? This is a field manual. Remember, this exactly steps how to unfuck your life. Step number 5, the 5 buckets to fix your money problems and drink heal to fix your food cost. You have no choice if you want to save your mind from spending too much money due to depression and excessive ADHD. When that happens, and when you spend money, you think it's your antidepressants. Your retail therapy is not Pretty soon you will be broke and in massive debt. You will start struggling with the Maslow chart of human needs, being in survival mode. You know what the Maslow chart is, right? Food, water, shelter, sex, procreation, food, water, shelter, sex, toilet, temperature control. These are the basic human needs. So if you're struggling with these things, you're always going to lose your mind. So you don't want to be in survival mode like a lot of these mGtOw guys. They don't do too well financially, and their quitting is worse than Japan. You seeing what happened with Japan, right? The economic stress is so fucking bad over there in Japan that most of the men have already quit. They have quit dating altogether. They quit thinking about having kids. They quit getting married in general because they cannot afford it, as they say. But that's stupid because they're breaking the tree of life. This is not Japan in the West. You don't turn it into Japan. That's what you guys are doing. How people cannot afford to procreate, can't afford relationships, or even going on dates. It's happening not only in the West, but in Asia too. In China now, is impacting Asian men everywhere. So if you don't have a stable income, or let's say you're not in survival mode, right? Or you're in survival mode, you'll be stuck. So what are the 5 buckets? This is what you need to do. I want you guys, all of you, right? And not to fuck around, listen to me. Go on to your online banking and open up 5 bank accounts. I believe that you're allowed to open different checking accounts. They don't charge you any money, at least not my bank. They don't charge me a single dollar. I can open up 5 more accounts. Every single time you have a paycheck, you're going to split your money. Let's just say you made like this much a month. In the past, I used to make $10,000 a month. Now I'm making less due to the inflation or binflation. Other dating coaches are making like 50,000 to even some of them like over 250,000, like tall self-proclaimed highlight count coach. He's making $250,000 a month. I think, no, 160,000 or 250. Matt Artisan is making like 160,000 a month. UMP, UFO, UAP is making 60,000. Crazy, right? They're making that much money per month, and they don't even have to get people laid for day game because people are delusional, listening to the far left legacy media of the platform scammers of global game networks. You have to have some emergency funds. So let's just say, for example, you didn't make 10,000 like me. 10,000 is not a lot of money these days, but that's how much I made, and I'm going to make that again this year, even more with the 5-1s strategy. 1 platform, 1 product, 1 offer, 1 year, 1 type of audience. However, I had to cut everything away because I think that's distracting. But you need to have 20% emergency money. So let's just say, for example, you make like, I don't know, 3,000 a month, something like that. You take 20% of that. When it goes into your bank account, right? They deposit. Let's say after taxes. Let's just say you make like, I don't know, 5,000. But after taxes and everything, you might make like, or you make like 4,000. After taxes, like 3,000 sales tax. Or whatever you guys employees have. I'm not an employee. You make like 3,000. You got to pay the bills and everything. So first of all, 20% of it, you calculate it. You automatically put in an emergency bucket. You never spend the emergency bucket unless there's an emergency. So now you can never touch that money. Number 2, you split another 20% into self-education. This is the money that you can use to invest in my coaching. Elite Bundle 2, Elite 60, or 3 months of proficiency bundle, which lasts for 10 months of one-on-one training without the boot camp. Mental trauma cure, all that other stuff. Not invest in other people's boot camps. That's a liability. Number 3, the other 20%, and this will compound, will be towards investments. For me personally, I invest in some kind of AI tools like ChatGPT that you saw. It can help me come up with some good ideas for the affirmations like that. I don't use it to write my scripts. That's completely written by me. I never want my scripts written by ChatGPT because it doesn't sound like me. It sounds like it has a GPT tone. All my sales letters are written by me. But you want to invest in stuff. So for me, rather than having employees right now, I rather like these AI programs. Like I don't use AI. Like when you see my videos, is you can replicate yourself these days. As crazy as it sounds, I could literally, if I wanted to, make a video on the YouTube and it looks exactly like me and it'll talk like me and everything like that, but it's not me. But none of them are like that. It's all me. So I don't want to do that. Besides, they don't let me swear in that thing. I tried the program. It does look like me, but it moves kind of weird. It sounds kind of weird. And I don't want to do that because that's stupid. So having said that, but that could be an investment. I'm not going to do that. My investments is this. Maybe I can get a script writing program. I can write with the script. It can speed up some of the ideas to get out there, but I don't want to do it. I write all by myself. Even this script, I written myself, everything. So I put into a template and then it spits out copy, but it's all written by me. All the ideas, everything it's all manual transmission. It takes me 1 fucking hour to write that shit. For the YouTube lives, you don't realize it takes 1 hour to write the entire fucking script. So that's investments, right? So I don't have to pay for employees because I'm tired of these fucking Filipino virtual assistants not doing their job. That's not a good investment if these guys just cut and run. And I found that's more common these days. Bad fucking VAs that are fucking sewer rats living in poverty where AI is taking their fucking jobs. So that's my investment. Maybe for other people it's Bitcoin. Maybe for other people it's different stuff. Maybe it's real estate, but only 20%. You can never invest more than 20% of that paycheck into it. Something that can bring you time and money back. I also invested in another course for copywriting so I can write better sales letters. That's a good investment. Books are great investments. I bought many books recently. On Kindle, I like to invest in books. I also bought another book recently called Ready, Fire, Aim. It cost me $50. It's good for business because the more knowledge I have, the better decisions I make. I keep the book over here. See that? Ready, Fire, Aim. I think you can see it. Stand in front of it. So that's the newest book I bought physically. Normally I don't buy physical books. So that could be an investment to have a growth mindset. And that could be self-education too. But I like to invest in stuff like this. Make sense? Amazing, exactly. So having said that, what's the next bucket that you need to look at? Is that you got to pay the bills. You got to give Caesar what is Caesar. Right? That's what Jesus said. Give to, I forgot that exact quote. I have a bad memory when it comes to Bible quotes. But good thing with AI makes it easier. I know exactly. I've been taught Bible study and all this stuff. What's the Jesus quote? Give to Caesar what is Caesar and give to God what is God. Something like that. I want to make sure I get the right quote and give me the exact passage. Is it Matthew? Yeah, this is from Matthew. Exactly. So render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's and to God things that are God. This is Matthew 22:21. So I still remember that. Tell us then what you think. Is the lawful to pay taxes to Caesar or not? But Jesus, aware of the malice, said, why put me to the test, you hypocrites? Show me the coin for the tax. And they brought him a denarius. And Jesus said to them, whose likeness is on the inscription in this? They said, Caesar's. Then he says, render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and God the things that are God. So to churches, they call it a teeth, T-H-I, something like that. I forgot the name of it, but you pay like 10% of it to that. And he was getting himself out of the problems because people want to crucify him because of what he's saying. But he said in a very skillful way. But you have to pay your bills. But not all your money should go towards the bills, because that's 20%. Because you've broken your bank account. Now that you have 5 new bank accounts for checking, you're going to name them. Emergency bucket. Number 2, self-education. Number 3, investments. I'm going to invest in more books. I also bought another book from another guy from YouTube recently. If you look at my Kindle, right? I buy a lot of books. Okay? So let's look at the recent books. So I bought one called The Book of Wealth by Brian Kim. He's an accountant that's on YouTube, and he's really amazing. Go for no. That means you must really go out there, approach, even if you get a no, you try to aim for it. Next book is called Dollars Flow to Me Easily by Richard Dotz. This was recommended me by that female marketer that I train under. Here's another book, Extra Dimensional, and it talks about UFOs, how they're demons. Next one's called Very Good Copy by Eddie Schreiner. The Art of Military Innovation, Lessons from the Israeli Defense Forces. Edward N. Newtonwig, Etienne Cheminin. This is where I learned a lot of strategy about the Israeli military. Living with a SEAL. This is that David Goggins, like Living with David Goggins. Jesse Istler. The Risk Paradox. Life Lessons from 102 Amazing Risk Takers. Agent Influence. How to use spy skills and persuade others, sell anything, and build a successful business. Jason Hansen. That's what guys on YouTube. Make sense? A spy guide to strategy, a spy guide to thinking, a spy's guide to taking risk. From broke to billionaire. ChatGPT for beginners. Day Trading Attention, Gary Vaynerchuk. The Psychic Handbook. I have not read fully a psychic book yet. I am psychic. I'm naturally good at it, but I've not read like a full book yet. I have not started this one. 7-Figure Side Hustles by Miles Beckler. Sales Funnels by Miles Beckler. The Secret Sales Code, and this is by Jim Edwards and Dexter Godfrey. The Niche Navigator, Miles Beckler. Business Wealth Without Risk, and stuff like that. How to Make a Few Billion by Brad Jacobs. Super Something Profitable Ads. This woman's name, I cannot see it, but her name is called Laurel Portier. I also train under her too. 3 different women. Bumpers by Nick Peterson. $1 Million Weekend by Noah Hagen. Does that make sense? Hagen. Facebook Advertising. 80-20 Sales Marketing. Forget Funnels. How to Get Rich. Story Selling Secrets. Hook Point. Choose Your Enemies Wisely. Patrick Bet David, the guy on YouTube. Okay. Elon Musk documentary. Also Steve Jobs documentary. Even Charlie's Munger Elamac. .com Secrets. The Mongol Art of War. Power of Broke. Inflation, Wealth Generation. Beating Inflation. Does that make sense? I invest in myself. So I'm following the 5 buckets. This is self-education or investments. They increase the business. Every single book you read, you learn to make better decisions. For me, that's investment. For some of you, self-education. What's the workout plan for the students? You will never know. It's only secret for my students. You will never know. I will never talk about online, ever in my lifetime. Because they get really big in a short amount of time, even though I'm not very big myself. Does this make sense, guys? So emergency money, emergency bucket, number 2. mGtOw needs to do this. Self-education, without self-education, I don't get better and make more money. Number 3, investments. Number 4, paying the bills. Give to Caesar what is Caesar. And number 5 is play money. Play money is stuff like buying your own watches and stuff, right? Like this watch. Play money, I'm personally like clothing, whatever, and stuff like this. I like to buy watches, right, with the money. This one. Isn't that nice? This is Aldemir Piguet. Nice blue watch to match my blue blazer. And look how beautiful the bracelet is. Oops. It says AP on it. See that? Isn't it beautiful? So yeah, but you only spend 20% of what you make. You don't spend more than that. So what a beautiful watch. It's a leather strap. So having said that, play money. A lot of you guys who are poor, and this is not just mGtOw. This is for the fat students. They spend all their play money on food. The only thing you need to spend it on is like Soylent or Heal, and you drink it every morning. So you got to learn how to split your money. How many of you are actually going to do this and follow the instructions? Nobody. Poor people cannot follow instructions like this. You got to split your money, because if you don't invest and you don't learn new skills and you bench hold, the inflation will take all your money away from you. You got to learn new skills. You got to give Caesar what is Caesar's. You got to pay your bills. You got to reduce the play money so that way you can use it towards self-education and other things. You got to learn skills. Skills is what pays the bills and makes the investment to grow your wealth. I wasn't going to steal the plan. I already got my physical health. It's not that. I'm just not going to give it to you for anyone on the air. Too bad. Because if other students can get that big in 3 weeks, like my students in V-shape, that's really bad because they can start to get more results in boot camps. So it's not going to be taught online here. Okay, so how many of you are actually going to follow the plan? Give it a thumbs up if you're going to do it. I bet nobody will do it. I guarantee you, not a single person will listen to me. They're going to be fucking poor. All the money is going to go towards emergency car repairs. They're going to spend all their money on food because they're bench holding. And then they're just not going to invest in themselves because they have no growth mindset. They're ADHD. They're losers. They're just going to be stuck with the same mindset. They're going to get skinny, fat, and mGtOw, right? mGtOw chin. You're going to turn into a fat fuck. How many of you are going to do it? Nobody's going to do it. I will listen, sir. How about you try it? I'm not sure in India would the bank let you make 5 accounts into one of your online banking. But if other people can do the same thing, that's your solution, mGtOw. You don't want to listen to me, but you will never be broke doing it like this, mGtOw. Or people that turned mGtOw recently. If you keep splitting your paycheck into 5 pieces, right? You can never, ever be in debt because you're always going to invest your way out of the problem. You always have emergency money. You'll always be able to pay the bills. You always have play money. And the play money will make you more empowered because the more you make, the more you can spend. Does that make sense? Then they all work together. Yes, when it comes to bank, I am given the VIP treatment, no problem. Yeah, exactly. You should do that. But Riachi and all these other people, are you going to do that? No, nobody's going to do it. You see that? Even if this is the best advice in the world, you will never do it. This is the only way to get out of debt. Sorry, my nose is itchy. I don't know why. I just took a shower and it's just fucking... Could be all the sweat because of the blazer and stuff. It's quite hot. You need to have enough, like I said, just one more time. When I say one more time, you need emergency money, at least 20%. You won't believe how many times black students, when their car breaks down and then they're in fucking debt in no time. Number 2, you have enough self-investment money from my coaching. Number 3, you need to invest in assets, which gives you more money, more time back. Number 4, you need to pay the bills, of course. And number 5, play money for yourself, but you can only spend 20%. 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. This way you never go broke. You always have more money. You break these rules, they will break you. Now you say instead of dating, you're going to get distracted and focus on making more money. No, but you need to stop the bleeding first by splitting up the buckets. If you are 2 paychecks away from being homeless, you are cooked. You'll always be stressed out due to cortisol, due to the winner and loser effect. Your only hope is to one day move to Thailand when you get older and become an expat. That is not the way to live. You also got to drink Soylent and Heal in the morning. So what the fuck is Soylent or Heal? So I have a drink that I drank right before the YouTube live. And in Canada, we have Soylent. Right? Already getting too much attention at the gym when I want to work out. I don't care, but I don't care. So who cares about your black pill Asian masculinity shit with your big bulky bodies? All right. So as I was saying. All right. What is Soylent and what is Heal? Basically, in the morning, I don't eat breakfast. I don't eat lunch. I drink Soylent. I have all the nutrition from it, believe it or not. The drink itself, it kind of like looks like chocolate milk, like a powdered chocolate milk. Okay? It's like, it tastes like chocolate milk, like skim milk. It doesn't exactly taste good, but I mix it with water first, halfway, and then add milk to it until it tastes better. Okay? So if I keep doing that, it gives you all the nutrition for the entire day. So I don't feel like eating until 3 p.m. That's when I start getting hungry. So I only eat from 3 to 6. United States, they have something called HUEL, HUEL black. For a HUEL, instead of fuel, it's called HUEL. If you drink this, then you don't have to spend more money on food. You can literally, if you're fucking fat, you can drink HUEL for one day, and then you can wait till next day fasting. You actually have more growth hormones this way. It increases dramatically when you do this for the first few weeks. This is why my students get big in 3 weeks, because they're actually drinking HUEL and they're intermittent fasting. And then when you eat again, refeeding, then your testosterone grows and also your growth hormones dramatically by 2,000% in the first 2 weeks. That's how they get all their muscles. But they only have one opportunity. So if they start eating in between snacks, you're fucked up because you raise your fucking insulin. So. No, I'm not a Ninja Turtle, right? White girls know. Yeah, whatever you say. So, having said that, HUEL, HUEL, Soylent. Right now in Canada, you can get Soylent, and there's no GST and HST right now. So if you buy it, it's just going to be the flat fee, $48. I recommend everyone get it. I recommend everyone get it. I know you guys will not listen. Just like the bank account advice, which you're not going to listen to. Drinking HUEL, but think about it this way. If you're no longer hungry because you have all your nutrition, why will you need to worry about food costs adding to your bills or your play money for the fat asses? Problem solved. Nobody wants to listen to this, but I drink it every morning. I'm not giving you advice I don't do. I was drinking HUEL before I was on YouTube Live, and I'm not hungry. I make some cold coffee with it. So in order to save money, when I make coffee, whatever I don't finish, I put it in the freezer. And I also have another small unit for the coffee, cold brew coffee. I'll put the coffee like powdered in there, and I'll put the water in 24 hours. You have the nicest, smoothest coffee. I mix that with the Soylent, so that way I can get some energy too to be on YouTube Live. But yeah, so far I have not ate anything today. I just drank my breakfast and lunch. If you guys all did the same thing, you drank your breakfast and lunch, then you cannot complain about the high price of food cost. Because you have this is not some vegetarian protein shit that you buy. It does not work at all, or some other slim fast. Does not work. Only Soylent works, and only HUEL works. Everything else does not work. If you try to buy a substitute in your own country, it does not fucking work. They formulate this stuff to work. All the nutrition, all the vitamins, all the minerals are in perfect order. Then when you're not hungry, then you don't become fat. This is why I'm not like chubby. I'm pretty sure from yesterday when I ate all the burritos and tacos I made, I'm sure I got a little bit of fat here, tiny bit. But however, it goes away because I'm drinking Soylent. Now, when I want to eat, I can eat after YouTube Live sometime and finish the rest of the burritos or tacos that I made. I made the tortilla shells myself. It's not more dinner, beef and stuff. I can turn that into dinner again. But however, saying that, I'm not hungry at all. The hunger is taken away. Now you don't have to worry about food costs. Now you can put the money towards Elite Bundle 2. You can put the money toward Elite Bundle 2 if you get Soylent for $48 if you're Canadian. And now you don't have to pay taxes. And then now you have no one to blame but yourselves. I have like buckets and buckets of Soylent. I remember one time I had 6 buckets of Soylent. I did not die from drinking it that much. So if you want to blame the food cost of the economy, you cannot afford Elite Bundle 2. Now you can afford Elite Bundle 2. You break your account into 5 fucking pieces. Emergency funds, self-investment for self-education, investments, paying the bills, and also play money. Now you don't have to spend all your money on food for fat mGtOw shoving in your fucking face. I'm giving you guys the solution. But are you going to follow the solution? No. So you can eat from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. I've learned this from a student who was a nutritionalist chiropractor. He advises me and my students on how to lose weight. And I used to do this diet before when I was looking more like a K-pop guy. When I was really lightweight, like 131 pounds. I would mostly take supplements instead because I didn't have the Heal or the Soylent back then. I'll have to take them all separately. And then I will not get hungry. And I try to match the supplements with the cravings. But now, drinking this in the morning, you lose a lot of weight. Does that make sense? You should see pictures of me before looking like a K-pop guy. This diet really works. I can show you. Let me see on Facebook. All right, let me look at my profile. I have some old pictures of myself so you guys can see what I looked like back then. Let me see if I can find some albums. All right. Albums. Oh, yeah, this is like from 2015, how I look like. This would be interesting, right? You always wonder if John's older, how did he look like before? You guys want to see it? Give it a thumbs up if you want to see it. I'm going to change the background. No background. Give it a thumbs up and show myself. I'm on this side, the guy with this shirt. Okay, it's too fucking bright. Let me turn off the lights so you can see what I used to look like when I was using a similar dieting plan. Okay. Hopefully you can see it. This camera's not capturing it really well. I can't see it. Fuck. Fuck, I'm so bright you can't fucking see it. Hopefully you can see it this way. But yeah, I was very skinny before. Hopefully. Oh, what the fuck? Maybe back here. This camera is kind of fucked up. Let me see if I can. No, that's not gonna work. Let me turn the lights back on. But you get my point. Back then, I used to be really, really skinny. Yeah, I also wore blazers and everything. Fuck. It's not even working. You can't see my face. What market can this be? Amazon will have Heal, but this is like United States. In Canada, we don't have Heal. It has blocked the import of Heal, and you can get it for a very expensive price. So, let me change the background. Yeah, that's closer in the background. It's interesting. Let me try to blur the background a little bit. Natural bokeh. So it looks like a DSLR now. You guys think I should remove the background here? I mean, it doesn't fit perfectly into the frame. I'm thinking about removing the entire background over here, right? This is natural bokeh, so you can see a slight blur in the background, hopefully. But if it doesn't fit perfectly as a window, I can just use the other program. I'm thinking about just deleting this and just taking it down so it's all red in the background, just like before. Let me put the background back on. Here's the Fox News one. It's the John Wick background. Which market can it? Yeah, Amazon. You can get Heal from Amazon, Heal Black, and from Soylent from Amazon. So if you eat from 3 to 6, this intermittent fasting, a small window, you eat as much as you want. You're like, really? You don't have to eat vegetables or healthy foods or anything like that? No. I would just eat whatever the fuck you want. Pizza, steak, anything. You will not gain weight because the fucking insulin is not spiking. It's not spiking. That's why you want to drink that stuff. And that's the truth. No, you guys will not follow it, but you won't turn fat because you're not spiking your insulin. So don't have a bunch of fucking snacks. Don't have late night snacks. Don't have early snacks. Fat people love to eat fruits all the time. Especially fat black students. They got to eat their fruits. in between. They guys spike their insulin, and they can tell me, "Oh, John, I'm losing weight." They have so much fucking fat in the back of their bald head, like fat in places I've never seen before. Fucking gross. So this diet's extremely hard. It kept me younger looking. Unfortunately, you cannot see it. It's bullshit. It's kind of complete bullshit. The phone, yeah, you can kind of see a little bit here, just a tiny bit. That's how skinny I was. You saw it for half a second, the picture. Maybe you can do it like this quickly. Maybe I can lower the. Maybe this will work. Yeah, this is working a little bit, right? So you guys can see the diet in action, but I was just using rather than heal supplements. This might work. Let me try to lower down the thing completely. Look at me before, many years ago. Maybe you cannot see it fully, but I'm trying to lower down the contrast keeps fucking going up. Adaptive brightness. Let me turn this off. You see that? Look how skinny I was. I looked like a K-pop guy before. This is 2015. I look exactly like a K-pop guy. That was 135 pounds. Look at this. Some people claim that if I still look like this today, my results for day game would skyrocket even better than now. Because I was like really good looking before. But looks is not everything. V shape is more important. Protector status is more important. You're like, well, that's really 2015. Yeah. Look at the camera. I was holding not a cell phone. It was a fucking digital camera. You're like, fuck, the diet really does work. I was trying every combination of fashion to see what worked for day game back then. You see that? Every hairstyle, everything. I know what I'm talking about. K-pop wash is not the best answer. You're like, shit. So you really did look like a K-pop guy. I'm the guy with the beige shirt, not the other guy. That guy's a K-pop artist. I used to have blonde hair way back then. See that? So I know exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to losing weight. I was still alive, doing the same intermittent fasting as I do now. I have every type of clothing too. Like I said, I'm not as good looking now, but I used to be very good looking. See any other pictures of me? This is like way back then. So if you guys think about my age, right? I look even younger before. This is like almost 9 years ago. You're like, what the fuck? If that's 9 years ago, what the fuck? John looks like a K-pop artist. Yeah. So I know exactly what I'm doing when I'm talking about nutrition and stuff and how to maximize your body. I'm not talking on my asshole here. I know exactly what I'm talking about. So now I'm a little bit chubbier than before, as you can see. So you guys should actually take the heal because it's the same concepts I used when I was 131 pounds. That's how I was able to achieve the K-pop look without dying. I'm not talking about stuff I didn't do before. I'm not. And it was also save a ton of money for food cost. The obstacle is that in your way is that you're mGtOw, you're all fat and ugly, and you cannot control your emotions. You have to eat a ton of snacks and shove it in your face. You get Cushing syndrome. The fastest way to quit and to be fat and full of cortisol. I had 100% of the students last year who were fat and overweight, they all quit. Only one student banged like the 55-year-old student banged a 10 out of 10, Megan Fox looking blonde. Looks exactly like Megan Fox. That's all. The rest of them fucking bench hold it and quit because they don't have their hormones under control. That's why they need to drink Heal. But they won't listen. So let's move on to step number 6. That was already just the first 5. If you guys got a lot of value, give it a thumbs up. I'm telling you some real talk here. I'm giving mGtOw or people that turned mGtOw recently a field manual how to fix all this stuff in your life. Not just some bullshit advice, but stuff that I've done. Things that actually work. So step number 6, overcome your approach anxiety. If you're anxious about talking to women, especially mGtOw, then guess what? Your cortisol is calling the shots. You've got to drown out those excuses in your head and force yourself to approach. Expect some rejections. If you do it my way, 7 out of 10 of them, the women that you approach might say no, or you're going to fail it, but 3 of them will talk to you. That's how it is when you have very bad approach anxiety. My other students without approach anxiety, they get laid in 1 to 6 approaches. But if you have very bad approach anxiety, out of 10 people, you might only be able to talk to 3 because you have to drown out the lower self-esteem voice when you're approaching is going to say, oh no, she has a boyfriend. She's not going to like you because you're mGtOw and it's female nature. Your brain will fucking talk to you. Your low self-esteem brain is like the country is rebelling in real time. It doesn't want you to approach. So you must fight the fucking brain. And I'm going to tell you exactly how to do it. Because the voice will tell you, oh, women don't want you to approach them. You're going to be creepy. There's no reason for it. It's female nature. They're riding the cock carousel. They only care about chads. Your voice will fucking tell you that. Your right brain and left brain will tell you that. It'll be attacking you with low self-esteem. And your cortisol will go up through the roof. Even if you try to talk to her, you're going to start talking super fast like this. Then you're going to be like an auctioneer. So how do you fix that for the mGtOw who will not approach, thinking they're passively resisting women? Very simple. You literally have to mentally scream in your own head before you can approach 30 or 40 times in a row. You're like, what are you talking about, John? I don't get it. Because the voice is constantly telling you, she has a boyfriend, you're too unattractive, you're too short, you're ethnic, she's riding a cock carousel, she has a boyfriend. So that's already 6 or 7 messages before you approaching. So how the fuck do you drown that out? You need to say 30 times in a row. Women wants me approaching, 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 women wants me approaching. You got to keep saying that in your head over and over. Women wants me approaching, women. So you can drown it out. Then you can recalibrate your low self-esteem. And then it's like a turtle versus a hare. A turtle, the more you start to say that, it will start to waddle and go across the finish line faster. The turtle can beat the hare. But the hare can be like, boom, and then all of a sudden, you have approach anxiety as soon as it wins. So you want to shut it down logically on the left brain by telling yourself, women wants me approaching, women wants me approaching, women wants, and the turtle will go forward and win the race. You're only going to win 3 out of the 10 races. You're going to lose the other 7. But getting those 3 approaches in is all worth it. Because if you do 20 approaches, I'm not saying you have to do that many. My students are very good. They can get laid in 6 approaches or less. 1 to 6. Because they leveled up their body language, their social skills flow drill, their emotional control, whitewash tonality. When they learn how to sound like a white guy, they already learn how to upgrade their skill set. Because all white people, they all talk exactly like this, you know? I don't know why, but all white people, they talk like they're high and they're very expressive for their face, very chill. They sound like they're smoking weed all the time. I don't know how I changed my voice like that, but my voice is trained, you know, to sound like a white guy if I really wanted to. I could flip the switch and I'm back to Johnny Lee. See that? But my students, they train on all these drills. They can do it perfectly. They can do it absolutely fucking perfect. every single time. I switch back to a white man. Oh my God. If I talk on the phone, nobody's going to know I'm Asian. They're going to be like, there's no way you're Asian. Why do you have an Asian last name? Why do you claim you're Asian? You sound like a white guy. What the fuck? That's how white people talk. Isn't it strange? They all talk like this. All white people. And I switch back. Now I'm back to Johnny Lee. That's how I talk like. But I can switch at any time I want. And I can go back into a white person if I really wanted to. Because it's a skill. Skills take a little bit of practice. At any time that you want to speak like a white man, you can do it anytime. So especially my Asian students, when they start speaking like a white man, oh, women goes crazy for them. You wouldn't believe it. And I switch back to Johnny Elite. You get it? It's a skill. It's a habit. It takes 21 days in a row to develop. So if you start approaching and you keep saying, women wants me approaching, 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 women wants me, and you're walking towards her, women wants me approaching, women, you'll eventually end up with the approach without realizing it. You'll fail 7, you win 3. mGtOw. And the people that are failing, this is how you do it. Women wants me approaching, women wants me approaching, women wants me approaching, women wants me approaching, women. And eventually you drown it out. Give it a thumbs up if you're learning something. But is it worth it to fail 7 times and run away? But 3 of them, you're in the fight mode. Fight, flight, and freeze. To get out of the freeze mode, you must do this. The cafe background is better. Good for a day game. All right. I'm just using the John Wick background. But we want to switch to the cafe, right? This might be, I'll do it for next video. But I want to keep it all within the same sort of theme for now. I'll do that in the future. So you got to learn how to say that when you're out there. Women wants me to approach. Well, you can say white women wants me approaching. White woman 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 wants. You say it 30 times and you walk up to her. What approach anxiety do we have? You can't even feel it because you're fighting your low self-esteem trait. White woman wants me approaching. 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 White woman. You gotta get used to saying it faster. White woman wants me approaching. White woman wants me approaching. White woman wants me approaching. You gotta be like Eminem. White woman wants me approaching. White woman wants me approaching. White woman wants. Then you're already there. You're standing right next to her. White woman wants you. Excuse me, real quick. You're scared. Excuse me, real quick. I have a question. You talk fast. It doesn't matter because you said it that many times. 3 out of 7, 3 fucking victories, 7 fucking failures, 10 approaches. mGtOw, that's how you fucking win. And you realize it's not so scary. Sure, you'll fuck up the conversation if you give a direct compliment. It will never work. You need a hybrid opener. But however, you have made your approach. You can ask for directions just to get used to it. Now you realize women are not angry at you. It's because you lack skills. My students, every single one of them, does the hybrid opener. Nobody changes the opener. So having said that, if you can say that and get used to that, practice it, the syllables, this is the only time you can talk fast. White woman wants me approaching, 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 white woman. That's 5. Say it 30 or 40 times before you approach. You'll make the approach. Otherwise, you'll make excuses and run. Fuck the 3-second rule, because in your low self-esteem, in 3 seconds, you're like, okay, I'm going to start walking towards her. And then she has a boyfriend. You're already fucked, right? 1/5. You're already fucked. She thinks I'm ugly. Oh, I'm Asian. She's not going to like me. She's racist. You already turn around. 3-second rule, my ass. That's just some night game shit from tall self-proclaimed coaches who have no idea what they're talking about. You're going to fuck up. By the time you walk up to her and you're slowly waddling like a duck, like this. Yeah. Quack, 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 quack. You're fucked. 3-second rule, boom. And then all these messages, low self-esteem takes over. And then you become delusional. Then you half-ass it. Then you do the wrong path to sociopath, which is running. And you're going to quit. You're going to mGtOw it. Quitting is called mGtOwing it. It's a new term, like bench holding. mGtOwing. As long as you are in good shape, women don't give a fuck. No, as long as you're whitewashed and you have social skills and body language. It's not just good shape. It's not just some Asian masculinity. I guarantee you get rejected if you're an Asian Ninja Turtle with fat bodies and black shirts. So having said that, all right. Give it a thumbs up if that last advice was really helpful, especially the one about the white women wants me approaching, white woman wants me approaching, white woman. You got to keep saying that over and over, mGtOws, or new mGtOws. Now you can approach it. And then it's like, John, it worked perfectly. Of course, because I'm giving you guys solutions. Not necessarily whitewash. How do you know this stuff? You speak like you have opinions as facts. I'm speaking with facts as opinions. I have 656 latent poll testimonials. You keep telling me your Asian masculinity shit, and you keep telling me this stuff, and I keep telling you otherwise. I'm the expert here. What the fuck do you know? If you don't want to get rejected, have social calibrations. What do you know? Who cares if you get noticed? Noticed by what? Does notice get you laid? Is it positive reactions or positive compliance? Let's debunk your mental filter, Riachi. Remember how I say I can change your glasses? Mystery is Asperger's. We all know that. He's autistic. So therefore, he doesn't know how to read women only in nightclubs. So he uses something called IOI, indicators of interest. Indicators of interest. So he's looking for positive reactions. Just like you. Positive reactions does not mean positive compliance. Positive compliance is when you can pull her home. It's not just giving an approach and lasting 3 minutes and she's walking away, Riachi. Or she's looking at you. It doesn't mean shit. Unless you're inside her, fucking her, and you pulled her back home. No one gives a fuck about indicators of interest. You may look like an Asian masculinity narcissist Ninja Turtle. It doesn't mean that she wants to fuck you. All right, let's continue. I hope that changed your mental filter. Also, I think about Mr. C. Get over like AA because tomorrow may not be guaranteed. We're going to pass away one day. That's right. Mr. C passed away, and tomorrow is not guaranteed. My grandmother died like very shortly after I found out that Mr. C has passed away. She's gone like on the 5th of the January. Her funeral is on the 18th. That's in 2 days, but I'm not going to my grandmother's funeral. I'm a Sigma male. If she mistreats me like all the other aunts and stuff, and they talk shit because they're sadistic, I'm not going to their fucking funeral. What's this? Okay, dude, I'm not into white girls. Yeah, well, it's same fucking Asian masculinity excuse. John, what is your secret to being a day game coach for so many years until now? Many day game coaches are like dead flies now and don't even take clients. Well, because I'm the best in the world at what I do. It's fun what I do. I have 56 latent poll testimonials last year, and I have like 656. I have a passion for what I do because I know I'm helping Asians. But unfortunately, ABCs and other companies, every time I talk about them going to Latin countries, they have made all the Asians quit. They made them all go to Tinder. They don't even get laid. You know that? With the other coach, the Captain Daniel Hung, whatever the fuck. They're just getting dates. These Gen Z people, I feel sorry for them, United States. They're not even getting laid. They can only get laid in a Latin country. It's fucking stupid. But they have won out. Therefore, my chances to save the Asians is over. It's Judgment Day. They're going to turn mGtOw or they're going to be a passport bro. Asians are game over. No, just indicators, but results. There's no results because you don't even approach white women. So if Asians are looking at you, who gives a shit? Stop hijacking my chat. If you continue with your Asian masculinity shit, I told you this before, I will make you time out for a long time. Or I'll remove you entirely forever. I don't want to deal with Asian masculinity crashing my chat with their stupid mental bullshit, like suicide bombing it over and over. Riachi. Just like I removed mGtOw, it's the same way I'll remove the Asian masculinity. I remember Asian masculinity, the fat Ninja Turtles. They keep showing up with the big cantaloupe arms. They kept crashing every single one of my YouTube lives for like a whole month. They ruined the entire fucking business. And I could not even use those videos. That's why I block all the mGtOw fucks. Just try to control yourself. You will get yourself kicked. All right. Let's continue. 3-second rule doesn't work. The club mental bullshit of mystery method Asperger's. It will make you take more action. But with low self-esteem and extreme cortisol stress of losing, it will weigh you down. You will run away, run harder than the mGtOw. So supplement the thing for adrenaline and cortisol. Cortisol at night, adrenaline in the morning. You find a supplement that reduces adrenaline, you can approach because the fight, flight, and freeze response will turn off. They're both different things. Then repeat it as much as you can. White women wants me approaching. 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 I say you're walking in your head. White women wants me approaching. 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 And you start walking. White women wants me approaching. White women wants me approaching. White women wants me approaching. White women. Excuse me, real quick. I have a question. I was looking for a place called Zara. Do you know where I can find it? Right? I'm talking with her. Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. She's like, what? I've noticed you're pasty white and you have blue eyes. Nice joke. I've noticed that you have blonde hair and you're very tall. Are you Swedish by any chance? No, I'm German. Hey, I know this is very random asking you these questions, but hey, people don't talk to each other these days. And I was just curious about you. Oh, it's okay. And then you just continue from there. Never get rejected. Indirect transition. Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. X plus Y equals Z, adaptive opener. Then statements of empathy. I know this is very random. And then calling out the elephant in the room. We're in a supermarket. Let's continue walking and talking together so we don't get into people's ways. And I promise I'm not going to stay for very long. Oh, okay. You got to deal with what's the elephant in the room. It's not just, hey, can I meet you? Oh, she's gone. Oh, can I meet you real quick? Oh, she's gone. 3-second rule. Oh, can I meet? One late testimonials 2024. Mystery method. Shut the fuck up. So basically, now you can approach as many women as you want. White women wants me approaching. White women wants me approaching. White women. Say as fast as you can and short circuit the left brain. So you can get all the flight mode. Flight means run. Fight, flight, and freeze. That's why I'm going to teach Krav Maga soon. You can be proactive and get into fight mode when you repeat that over and over. White women wants me approaching. White women wants me. So your excuses cannot drown out that. That's step number 6. Let's talk about number 7. Number 7. Step number 7, build conviction with inner game. All right, let's break this down. So the 6th point is all about the inner game affirmations, right? Repeating them until it's like you really believe in them, you know? Before I was talking about using AI audio that you can write with ChatGPT to play it in your ear and use binaural beats. But this one is called affirmations or a declaration you say out loud. This one has to be said out loud. This is different. For mGtOw, the fucking losers or the people that quit, you have to convince your brain like a dictator against a country that's rebelling. When it rebels, your brain will bend chode. You have to say over and over out loud. If you have roommates, I have some white noise generator there so that way they cannot hear me. Your brain will rebel. You have to make it back the fuck down. So visualization of success is key here. It's not just about thinking, oh, it's about feeling that success and you already achieved it. It's not like that. But you have to keep telling yourself over and over out loud. Day game is fun and absolutely not serious. You can say stuff out loud like, white women wants me to approach them over and over until you believe it. But you cannot be like, oh, white women wants me to approach them. Because you're reinforcing that and you're making the country rebel. Because when the country, their low self-esteem hears that, oh, white women wants me to approach them. When you sound fucking weak, right? They're not going to listen to you. If you're strong, they're going to listen to you. You got to have to be strong like a dictator. We've seen many dictators around the world brainwash their entire country and made their army fight other armies. The same way over here. You have to be very direct and you have to have like stand your fucking ground, no unconfidence. In your voice, you have to have conviction. Women wants me to have sex with them. 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 Women want. When you say it, right, you can hear my voice. I believe it. Women wants me to have sex with me. Women wants to have sex with me. Women wants to have sex with me. Women wants. I believe it. I'm the most confident person in the world. I'm the most confident person in the world. I'm the most confident. I believe it. You can hear it. I'm the best day game coach in the world. I'm the best day game coach in the world. I'm the best day game coach in the world. I'm the best. You can hear it. There's no shakiness because it's true. That's my inner game. You see that? You can test your brain out by your affirmations. If you shake, then you're not convinced. You must convince yourself. You must brainwash yourself out loud over and over. over and over until you believe it. Let's say, for example, when we talk about money, I may not believe it. I'm going to make a record-breaking year for this year. You see us shaky, right? I don't believe it. I'm going to make a record-breaking year for day game, focusing on the 5-1s. I don't believe it. And I start to shake. But you must say over and over, I'm going to have a record-breaking year for day game in terms of financials. I'm going to have a record-breaking year for day game for finance. It's still shaking. You see that? But you keep doing it until it doesn't fucking shake. I'm going to have a record-breaking year for day game. Everyone's going to join my coaching. I'm going to have a record-breaking year for day game. Everyone's going to join my coaching right now. I'm going to have a record-breaking year for day game. Everyone's going to join my coaching right now. You see, it's getting stronger and stronger. It's not perfect, but you keep saying it until you can get full conviction. Everyone's going to join my day game programs from 3 months of proficiency. Elite Bundle 2 is going to be the record-breaking year. Everyone's going to join my 3 months of proficiency program. Elite Bundle 2 is going to be a record-breaking year. Everyone's going to join my 3 months of proficiency. You see that? It's getting stronger and stronger. And also Elite Bundle 2. Everyone's going to join my 3 months of proficiency bundle. And Elite Bundle 2. Everyone's going to join my 3 months of proficiency bundle and Elite Bundle 2. Everyone's going to join my 3 months of proficiency bundle, my Elite Bundle 2. You see that? Now it's building. Now I'm starting to believe it. My brain is starting to shift. The energy, the thoughts and feelings are changing. It's manifesting. When I say this out loud in front of everyone, everyone's going to take 3 months of proficiency as engineers, a little bit shaky, and everyone's going to take Elite Bundle 2 when they're not, but they're gritty. Again, more conviction. Tell the fucking country, your right brain. Everyone's going to take 3 months of proficiency bundle as engineers, and every single person is going to get Elite Bundle 2. It's going to be a record-breaking year to build a big fucking army. Getting more confident. 2025, everyone's going to join Elite Bundle 2 and take 3 months of proficiency bundle. It's going to be the biggest army of the year. Now I'm starting to believe that I'm going to take even more action, be on YouTube Live more, and really unbrainwash people. 2025 is going to be a record-breaking year for a 3 months of proficiency bundle, even more than before, and Elite Bundle 2. Now I'm starting to believe it. When you believe it, you say 10 times more. You see that? Once you can reach up there, 100%, you say it 10 more times. Everyone's going to get 3 months of proficiency bundle, Elite Bundle 2. Everyone's going to get 3 months of proficiency bundle, Elite Bundle 2. A little bit shaky. I'm going to go back to it before I do the 10. Everyone's going to Elite Bundle 3. Get Elite Bundle 2 and get 3 months of proficiency. Everyone's going to get Elite Bundle 2 and 3 months of proficiency this year. A little bit shaky. Again, more conviction. Everyone's going to get Elite Bundle 2 and 3 months of proficiency this year. Everyone's going to get Elite Bundle 2, 3 months of proficiency bundle this year. Everyone's going to get Elite Bundle 2, 3 months of proficiency bundle this year. Now I'm starting to believe it. That's 3. Now I'm going to do 7 more. Everyone's going to get Elite Bundle 2 and 3 months to proficiency bundle, which is a 10 months program this year. Everyone's going to get Elite Bundle 2 and 3 months of proficiency bundle this year. Everyone's going to get Elite Bundle 2, 3 months of proficiency bundle this year. See that? That's 5. Everyone's going to get 3 months of proficiency bundle, Elite Bundle 2 this year. 6. Everyone's going to get Elite Bundle 2, 3 months of proficiency bundle this year. 7. Everyone is going to get 3 months to proficiency bundle or Elite Bundle 2 this year. 8. A little bit shaky, and I'll just start all over. Get it? Until you can reach 10. Once you say it, now it feels different. You guys hear it? It feels like the universe has listened to me because I declared it out there. Now the universe is saying, what? You want people to buy 3 months of proficiency, Elite Bundle 2? Now, Adrian over here, or Mr. A, now he's going to say, you know what? I was going to get Elite 60, but let's just get the 3 months of proficiency bundle for 10 months of training. We get Elite 60 anyways, mental trauma cure. And you also get like Kaizen and everything else. Maybe he might change his mind because now I'm speaking in more conviction. I think that's even better for engineers. They have 10 months of training. They can even spread it out beyond that. I think this is a better bundle. Now in my voice, when I say it, engineers all need to get 3MP. Mr. A, do you know I just got rid of Elite 60? If you take it, you'll be the last student that can take it this year. I cut it out just to have the 5-1s. I'm serious about cutting anything that goes in my goals. I'm ruthless. I literally cut that away. You're the last one who can take it. But maybe consider taking 3 months of proficiency bundle instead. That's going to be the only thing on the back end, secretly. If they're engineers, they cannot handle Elite Bundle 2. It's too fast-paced. So it's really just one course, Elite Bundle 2, but back end, secretly. 3 months of proficiency bundle. Now I speak with conviction. Everyone should take it. Fuck boot camps. Fuck $8,600 boot camps. Fuck $10,000 boot camps like ABCs. Fuck $50,000 boot camps like Queefing canceled Casanova. Now you speak differently because the inner game is there. This is how you get your inner game from mGtOw. mGtOw would say, I want to approach women again. I don't care what they think. I want to approach women again. I don't care what they think. I'm going to approach women. They say over and over. They're going to start to believe it. When they can say it 10 times with conviction, they're just going to go up to the next woman and just say, hi, my name is whatever, and I just wanted to meet you, or I'm just curious about this direction or whatever. It's over there. Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. What? I've noticed that you have X plus Y. Are you Z? And then she starts giggling. Oh, no, I don't work in yoga, right? But I've taken yoga before. And then realizing women are actually into them because of their inner game. And mGtOw will start to say, well, why should they stay mGtOw? Because now the inner game has changed. Their voice have changed. Their body language has changed. Now they have confidence because they keep telling themselves, I'm the most confident person in the world. I'm the most confident person in the world. You already know that's true, right? You can hear my voice. I'm the most confident person in the world. There's a tiny bit of shakiness. I'm the most confident person in the world. I'm the most confident person in the world. Now it's like 100%. Now 10 times. I'm the most confident person in the world. I'm the most confident person in the world. I'm the most confident person in the world. I am the most confident motherfucking person in the world. I'm the most confident person in the world. I'm the most confident person in the world. That's 5. I'm the most confident person in the world. 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 7. I'm the most confident person in the world. 8. I'm the most confident person in the world. Well, it's true. I'm the most confident person in the motherfucking world. That's 10. Now I believe it. Now the universe is saying, well, John's very confident. Make him even more confident. Let's speak through him and make him more confident. Give it a thumbs up if you're learning something. This is how you do inner game, not by some RSD fucking affirmations with your cunt tonality where you sound like you just don't even believe in yourself. You must believe in yourself. I'm telling you guys all the secrets of the universe so you don't quit. I don't care. I'm going to tell you. Or you can use VR like a Google Cardboard for $20 and you can look at women, white women, as you're fucking them. This could be helpful to the Asian so you get used to it. Rather than turning into a cunt and getting fearful, you can actually look at what it's like when you're banging them so that when you go out there, you're comfortable with them and women can tell, white women, now you're no longer acting like an Asian person, putting them on a pedestal. You're used to it because you desensitize your brain and you can desensitize yourself to approaching too this way. If you can visualize it, you can fucking do it. If you see yourself doing them in the VR, I mean, it's fucking $20 for Google Cardboard. Then you can fuck them in real life. Does that make sense? You can see it, you can do it. You can believe it. See it, you can believe it. And you can declare it that white women are going to jump on your dick and they want to fuck you. You believe it, you do it. I always believe taller women all want to fuck me. I have this delusion. And it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. All tall white women wants to fuck me. I believe it because the taller they are, the less men will approach them. And the more dominant you are, the more they like it. That's my delusions. Now tell myself that. And I don't even give a fuck if she's taller. That's how I think. So this is giving an insight of how I think. You could do this to make more money too. So if you're mGtOw and you're poor and you spend all your fucking money, I can make more money in my job or a side hustle. I can make more money in my, like, that's what mGtOw can do over and over until you fucking believe it. You got inner game that stuff, but not like RSD. So when you have the Google Cardboard plus all the supplements, now you don't get triggered as much. You get more comfortable with women. So instead of getting angry and blaming them with your cortisol stress that shows up, now you're more comfortable. So when it comes to your identity, you got to transform your identity. Because if you identify with the word mGtOw, like you have that on your YouTube channel, mGtOw, now it's a label, it's identity. You cannot have identity as mGtOw because once you have it, it's game over. It's like when you're smoking. You cannot quit smoking because your identity is a smoker. But if you find out that somebody else has died because of smoking, your best friend, you drop the identity of being a smoker, you can quit overnight and you don't ever have to smoke again because it's part of your identity. Does that make sense, guys? But you guys won't listen to the advice because you want to have the identity as mGtOw because it gives you your fucking human needs. Your need for certainty, uncertainty, connection. Your connection is the community with the mGtOw. Rather than you can't get it with women, so you get the community with a fucking mGtOw community, a toxic fucking community. Then you need significance. You get significance by blaming women. You also feel like you have growth by doubling down on your mindsets that you're growing as a mGtOw, and you think your contribution is to make more stupid mGtOw videos and you're contributing, but in reality, you're killing everybody else, metaphorically speaking. You're making them quit. You're basically killing them because they will not procreate listening to you. That's why my students, metaphorically speaking, need to un-mGtOw and unquit and change your identity. You are not mGtOw. You are a day gamer. You're in the Johnny Elite army. That's your new identity. The strongest army that are getting women that are 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10, and above, while other people can barely get 4 out of 10 or 3 out of 10. That's your identity. You're in the Johnny Elite army. You're tough, and you can handle it. And some of you guys, when you're taking like Kaizen or 3MP bundle, you're in the Navy SEALs. For the engineers, they need more to handle it. And for the other people, Elite Bundle 2. Forget about Elite 30. The reason why I cut Elite 30 for this year, I'll bring it back next year, is because I asked myself, if I was a brand new day gamer, would I buy Elite 30 or do I need more help? I would not buy Elite 30. Even though the course is perfect and it already can get you laid, I will not buy that because I'm thinking to myself, I will probably need to use the Skypes or use the Elite Access. So therefore, 1 year, I'm going to cut it. Make sense? I'm thinking, should I make a VIP group where for $300 you can be lifetime, you get 12 videos a year? It may not be as involved as the products or as involved as the inner circle, but you can still get some value and learn a lot. No, because if people don't get laid from it and these people will not upsell and ascend because they're poor and gain more than mGtOws in there, fuck that. I'm going to cut it. If it's something that's not going to help you, I'm going to cut it. Elite 60, I'm going to cut it and say it's better for you guys to take 3MP bundle. You can still join, Mr. A, but the rest of the people, I'm going to cut it. You can still take mental trauma cures not related to day game. But I'm going to cut, I already cut Elite Focus for day gamers. I cut Elite Day Game First Steps. I cut. Only one product is on my website. It's hard to find my other products. The other sales letters, I'm going to focus only on one sales letter. I'm going to keep changing it until it starts to convert. I'm learning from the two best copywriters that are women in the whole world right now. One of them does not work. The other one's going to work because women do not, in general, make a lot of money. They're delusional. But one of them is not. One of them, from the newest course in the copywriting, has made over $150,000 in one day. So that's a good sales letter. Maybe I'll swipe it. I'm learning from her. So I've learned from other men, their stuff don't work. Last year, when I was learning marketing from all the other men, 0% of them actually got me like clients. All of them are women that got me clients from advice from women. And 2 of them made over like millions of dollars. Only their advice works. That's what generate all the income from last year. None of the men's advice worked. They were delusional. They were too logical. And they're using their social capital because they were popular. But like I said, relating to this topic, the inner game. I'll use inner game to say that I'm going to have a record-breaking year this year by focusing on Elite Bundle 2. On the back end, 3 months of proficiency bundle secretly. That's it. Now I believe it. I will make sure it happens no matter what. I'm going to put everything on the line. I'll change the sales letter. I've updated it. You can check it out. I made it shorter. I'll keep updating it. I'll use my second website, Johnny Elite Dating, just to have a better format, a better design. I will make it fucking work. You see how my mindset is? I burn all the boats behind me. You're like, what the fuck? You can fuck up your business, John. I already burned the boats behind me. I'm ruthless. I have the emotional intelligence. I can handle it. I'm stoic enough. Everyone will shit their fucking pants hardcore. They'll shit their pants in only one product. You lose money, even if the other stuff sells. I'm not going to shit my pants. I'm just going to do it. I'm not afraid. I'm going to take the fucking risk. I could fuck up my business, but I'm going to go all the way through it. If it burns to the ground, it's going to burn to the ground for 1 year. I can always bring back the products next year. But I'm going to take the risk. And you're like, whoa, fuck. That's crazy. Let me be a little bit crazy. Sometimes you need a little bit of risk. You need a little bit of resilience. A little bit of emotional intelligence, emotional control. But you fuck everything up, John. No, I won't. 3MP bundle, Elite bundle 2. Everybody else, oh, but I can't afford. Oh, fuck off. Turn mGtOw. No, I'm just joking. Don't turn mGtOw. But save up for Elite bundle 2. Maybe I can break it into 2 pieces, 2 payments. You pay for the first one, I unlock Elite 30 in one Skype. And then you pay for the rest, you get Elite access and also Elite Playbook and 11 Skypes now instead of 10. That's what you should do. All right. So never identify as mGtOw. I identify as the world's best day game coach because I am. There's not a single person that has 656 laid in testimonials. They can't even get fucking students laid last year or the year before in their bencho camps, boot camps. They can't even fucking do it. How are they the best? They're delusional. They're megalomaniacs. They think they're so great. Great at what? Like, their audience may be bench holding and stupid. My audience is not fucking stupid. They have like 3 lay picks for their fucking students. 3. I have like endless. They have like only 3 of the women's faces, what they call models. They look like 7.1 out of 10. Ugly, busted trash. People are not stupid. Their audiences are stupid. But I identify as the world's best day game coach because I am. Nobody can beat me. This is so easy for me. As a day game coach, this is why I like it. It's so fun. I'm so good at what I do. Look at ABCs. They're maximizing their NASA brains. And so is tall, self-proclaimed high lay count white coaches. They're maximizing their Lockheed Martin and whatever brain. They're not even as smart as me. They're fucking stupid because they have lack of social intelligence. It's like almost, in my opinion, like Asperger's. They're fucking stupid. They call themselves the best at what? That's their identity, but they don't have the student results for pickup to prove it. Especially last year, high interest rates, the toughest time when people are squeezed. So that's my identity. I'm the best day game coach in the world. I'm so good, it's ridiculous. If I were to brag, I would just say, how come you fuckers cannot do it? It's so easy for me. That's my identity. It's so fucking easy. I could do this when I'm half awake. I don't even have to be fucking awake. I could be half dead with COVID. I was still getting students laid. I could barely move. And just give them the advice as best as I could. I could barely even think. And they still get laid because it works. Ridiculous. At the time, ridiculous. So if you're a smoker and you keep calling yourself a smoker, you will not stop smoking. If you're mGtOw and you call yourself mGtOw, you're going to get stuck. Even my Indian student was red-pilled, black-pilled, Asian masculinity pill. He's Indian. He's not even Asian. He had these identities. And he quit and he became mGtOw for a long time. He could not approach. Once he removed the identities, and this is what he did. This is the best advice. Go to every single mGtOw YouTube channel, delete and unsubscribe all of them, block them. You're like, I can't do that. Do it. Because your new identity for the mGtOw is that you're not fucking mGtOw. You are not mGtOw. You unsubscribe from all mGtOw YouTube channels. You block off all your friends that are mGtOw. You live your own life. You do the affirmations. You split your bank account. Do 5 pieces. You take the 5 stack of supplements. You use inner game. You fix the low self-esteem issue with binaural beats. You are no longer mGtOw. You have my permission to stop. You have my permission. Give a thumbs up if you no longer identify as mGtOw. Sorry, nose getting itchy. If you guys are no longer identifying as mGtOw, okay? Give it a thumbs up. I still see the same. That's how you do it. Change your fucking identity. Fuck mGtOw. You are no longer mGtOw. You have my permission to stop. So, fuck that. Never again. All right, let's continue. So I had this one student. He was on teachable case. He was mGtOw. He's an overweight, fat, black guy. Bald. Last time a mGtOw tried to make a video about me talking shit. He looked exactly like the other guy, but he's from Africa. This guy has no accent. I thought it was the same guy. Big, fat, ugly, fat pieces in the back of their head. Ugly, double chin, skinny, fat. Identifies as mGtOw. The other student was mGtOw. He quit. Even in the middle of the approaching, he never did anything. Low self-esteem. Of course, he quit again, or he got fucking stuck because of low self-esteem traits. Same fucking thing. 2 fat people, both of them. When you're fat and black, you don't have a lot of SMV. You have to be strong, tall, and black, and muscular and confident. Otherwise, you don't get the 8 out of 10 perceived natural status. Does that make sense? Sorry, my nose is itchy. I don't know why. So he was not exactly star of the class. He'd been kicked out twice, 2022 and 2024. He was labeled as the worst student of the year, but that's his label. He might not accept it, but he's the worst. But if he identifies as mGtOw like before, he cannot move past it because he was. All because of low self-esteem. His family members and all the people around him are saying, like, listen, you're African. You're in America. You'll never make it. Ha ha. They keep laughing at him. So that became his identity. That's why mental trauma cure was important. He got over it, but he never followed instructions because he had low self-esteem. He was asking me, John, is there anyone that can ever achieve anything with low self-esteem? I said, no. He said, there must be some people that low self-esteem. I say, no, because they actually do what they say they're going to do. They leveled up their skills. They always have self-esteem, even if they don't seem positive. So he was the worst student in 2024. And maybe, just maybe, trying binaural beats could help. It's worth a shot. But he kept ripping that out of his earphones. He never did it. He just kept running away. His brain was so low self-esteem. Maybe mGtOw cannot be saved. I'm giving you the mGtOw label that you guys are all fucking losers, total fucking losers. However, you can give yourself the label of not being a mGtOw. Because identity, you'll always be consistent with the identity you've given yourself. That's psychology. It's a law of like consistency. The law of expectations. Whatever identity you have for yourself. If you identify as a millionaire, and I don't, if I identify as a millionaire, I'll become a millionaire. Does that make sense? If you identify with six figures, multi-six figures, I always get stuck here because that's what my identity is, what I'm comfortable with. Because you can never be mGtOw. And don't let me label you as fucking losers because you are fucking losers, but you can unlabel yourself as no longer mGtOw. You can block all the other mGtOw friends and you can stop going to mGtOw channels in echo chambers and you can start fixing all these pieces I'm giving you. Elite Bundle 2 or Elite 60 will help with mental trauma and cure, but you can never afford it until you change. However, this fat black student who's mGtOw, he claimed he would do the homework assignments, but he never did it. So let's go up to step number 8. Let's just finish this because I have to pee soon, right? I was holding it in all this time. Unless I want to take a break, go to the bathroom and come back. If you guys are okay with that. But let's continue. Let's try to get as much as we can. Step number 8, reprogram your mindset. So here's the deal. They really ought to create a mindset playlist. I have one with 26 videos on the YouTube playlist for my Elite Bundle 2 students, you know? Something that helps them rebuild their thoughts and attitudes. Maybe I should make the playlist available to the public. So how would you utilize this playlist? I'm going to tell you. This is only for my students. Or if you sign up for the webinar, you get the playlist for free. After that, they can transform their notes into an audio format. So they're going to write down 10 things that was takeaways. 10 takeaways that they got. Takeaways does not mean you're copying and pasting the fucking transcript. That's what the fucking zombies do with their ADHD. You have to write down your own words, your takeaways. You're going to watch 26 videos about motivation, about grit, about neural pathways, about strategy. 26 that I picked. And you're going to go through them, summaries, all that stuff. That's your first homework assignment when you join my coaching. There are some students that take a month to do this. Some students could do it one day, they get laid. Like the 55-year-old student, he did it in one day when he came back. He got laid, got a hand job first. And then the next week, he got like laid with a Megan Fox 40-year-old looking woman. Megan Fox is still very attractive. So if he bangs someone like that and he's in Germany, not Berlin, if he could do it at 55 with a big belly, then why the fuck can't you do it? That guy's not even mGtOw, even though he should be. After that, you take your notes, right? Your 10 takeaways for every video. So 26 videos, 260 pieces of notes. Only takeaways, only things that you realize in your own words. The words in your own words. Not copy and pasted of what I've been saying in some of the videos or some of the other videos. In your own fucking words. Most people will never get to this stage. That's why I'm never going to make it public. You can only get it from the webinar. And you have to use your real phone number. If you don't use your real phone number, I'm not going to be able to contact you and send it on WhatsApp. So once you do that, What do? Now you have all these audios. It's all approved. You learn a lot. You realize your mistakes. You start calling yourself out. When you write the notes, you also write your mistakes. So the first video might be called Extreme Ownership, the same as the Jocko Willings video. And you might write, I need to take extreme ownership for everything that's good and bad in my life. Then you're going to add a piece to that sentence to make it run on. I have not been taking extreme ownership and I have been shifting blame. Now that becomes one of the sentences, one of the 10 takeaways. Next one. Jocko took the full responsibility. Other people in his team tried to take responsibility, but he didn't let them. I used to just shift the blame whenever I could. Then that's a sentence. Get it? That's 2. Okay, that's weird. Let's see if I can switch it back. Okay, why does it do that? So the peace sign, I think, here's what I think. What the fuck? How come it doesn't do shit? Okay. Maybe it's like this. Huh? Why am I closer? Maybe it's like this. Yeah. Well, I see. So this one can zoom me in. But it doesn't. How come it doesn't always work? Don't mind me. I don't know how to use my webcam that well. Oh, that's cool. So if I want to be further away, right? Oh, look at me. Much further away than before. That's kind of cool. I like this. All right. Where was I? So once you write your notes, right, your 10 takeaways, just imagine that if you start to take these notes, like 260 of them, now you copy and paste it into CapCut. You use a serious voice. Now you can make a whole audio of your voice. Does that make sense? You can say all 260 things calling yourself out. You can make the audio there of your mistakes. And now that becomes an audio that you can loop. And you can put a binaural beats on it for self-esteem. Or maybe a binaural beats to make you more attractive to women. You can put one of them that attracts women, or you can make a second soundtrack raising your self-esteem. Now that you listen to it in the loop, now you can hear all 260 mistakes that you made, calling yourself out, and then you can hard reset your brain. It's like a vampire or a zombie. You turn into a total zombie with the low traits of self-esteem, like you're possessed by demons. And then when you listen to the mindset playlist, you can hard reset and follow instructions again and be coachable. The black student can never do this because his self-esteem is so fucking low. Does that make sense? He will literally not listen to the audio that he was given because it might take like 20 minutes to listen to it. He'll just pretend to do it and he'll just fucking bench hold and then he'll fail because he's a fucking loser. That's why he's Mr. mGtOw. He always turned back to mGtOw by default. He has never gotten over it because he doesn't believe in himself. That's a fucking loser right there. But however, you can be a winner. Use CapCut, all 260 notes, including calling yourself out. Make an audio track, binaural beats in the background. Now you can play it. Now you have 2 of them. You can put them back to back. And you keep looping it over and over until you believe in it and use headphones. Because when using binaural beats, you want to use the headphones only. Make sense? And then now you can solve the problem. And you can use ChatGPT to help you write some counter messages too against mGtOw. You can make that as a 3rd track and connect them all together, listen to it throughout the day until you believe it. It's that simple. So really embed those ideas into their mind. It's all about reprogramming that inner dialogue, right? Now, let's not ignore the one student, right? That fat black student. He's always got something to say, but often it isn't truthful. All the time. Oh, I've already done the mindset playlist, John. He was given 2 weeks to do it in a row. And he just turned into more of a zombie. Because every time he does not do the homework assignment, he runs away. His cortisol spikes. He becomes more fat back, black like pieces in the back of his neck. Gross. It's like a tumor. It just gets fatter and fatter. His face starts to get rounder and rounder. It's like a moon face. No, but I'm losing weight, John. You're not fucking losing weight. Your proportions look gross. And now he's bench holding. Now he has to get a personal trainer after he got kicked out of my coaching. He has to get a personal trainer to fix his fucked up proportions. He's wasting time. He didn't practice any of the drills because he's a runner. Runners are fucking losers. mGtOw are runners. Fight, flight, and freeze. They're runners. Flee. Fucking losers. Change your fucking identity. Start doing the inner game exercises. Reset your mindset. It's like the movie Blade. That vampire, the black guy. Every single time, he's like half vampire, half human. He has to take a serum so his vampireness, his zombiness does not take over. This is the mental vaccine, but you have to administer it over and over for the boosters. That's how you do it. How do you get access to the 26 playlist? Join the webinar thing. I'm taking it down a little bit, but it does exist. The webinar thing, you can join it, use your real phone number, and I'll send it to you on the WhatsApp. But I'm not focused on that too much. Just use the contact me form. If you want the mindset playlist, ask me for it. I'll give it to you only on WhatsApp. So if you guys give me fake phone numbers, no fucking chance you're going to get it. You may not even care. You may not realize how important this is. Like listening to the mindset playlist at work to hard reset, but he didn't do it. So he's stuck as usual. This is called self-deception, because when he has low IQ and he's constantly deceiving himself, telling himself, he's gaslighting himself. Remember when I told you that whenever you tell yourself you're going to do something, you don't do it, your self-esteem goes down for your emotional bank account. You start withdrawing. He was withdrawing so much like he was possessed. Everything I said, he was delusional. His mental filter was fucked. It just kept bouncing off of his brain. And he started doing his own shit. That's why he's always stuck. So low self-esteem people, like zombies, like fucking losers, like mGtOw, are not suitable for my training. If you don't have enough self-esteem, you lost too much. You have too much cortisol. There are some people that are not savable. But the people that just newly turn mGtOw, you can still be saved right now. You un-mGtOw. That's what you do. You un-mGtOw. That's what you fucking do. Hope that makes sense. So it's a bit of a challenge, isn't it? When you are turning into a mGtOw fucking zombie like the black student that kicked out. And on top of that, they really need to grasp the 5 essential mindsets. So there are 5 mindsets that makes you a good student. I was talking to my Jewish white student, and he's missing the mindsets. Number 1, you need to be teachable. You need to have growth mindset. Most of these people, because they're ADHD, they have mental blinking. Their brain shuts down. That's why you need a supplement for it. The brain will shut down when they're listening and turn back on. Shut down, turn on. Shut down, turn on. It's kind of like this. Shut down, right? I'm just turning off the thing and then turning back on. I'm coming back. See that? It's just a shutter from my webinar. I mean, the webcam. Turn off. That's how their brain is like. So they don't learn anything here. I'm talking. They get the instructions all wrong and they turn back on. This is like a zombie brain. Make sense? Fucking zombies. So when they keep doing this over and over, mentally blinking, they don't learn a single fucking thing at all. They learn absolutely nothing. They just shut down all day. Just shut down, shut down, shut down. Mentally blinking, shut down. Mentally blinking, shut down. They can't stop fucking shutting down. It's fucking stupid, isn't it? They keep shutting down. So how are they teachable? So if you rate it out of 10 how teachable they are, it's down to 0 or 1. Most of the zombies, unteachable cases, they think they're like 6 or 7 out of 10. They think they're operating at a very high level. They're the lowest fucking level of all time. They're not teachable. The 55-year-old student was teachable. He used to be 10 out of 10 until he banged like a 10 out of 10. And then now he's like down to 0. And now he's making the same mistakes over and over. I made him write down a list in 1 month, all your mistakes. 19 times he kept making the same mistakes with his head. 16 times he made another mistake. 12 times he made another mistake. He just keep repeating the same fucking mistakes. Number 2 mindset is changeability, adaptability. Just because you're teachable doesn't mean you're changeable. There are people out there that can listen to advice, but they cannot implement it. But you can't implement it if you're fucking mentally blinking like this, right? All the time. How can you implement something when you can't input the right advice? That's number 2. And the black student, the worst student, he's not changeable. He runs away from everything. He lies about everything. Self-deception. The fatter you get, fat people all quit. I'm telling the truth. All fat people last year, they all quit, including the 55-year-old student. All fat people are self-deceptive. All fat people are delusional. They have no emotional control. They cannot stop shoving fucking food in their face. They cannot control themselves intermittent fast. Fat people are losers. mGtOw is fat. Fucking losers with low SMV. That's what they look like. They're all full of cortisol. They all have a moon face. They're fucking fat losers because they have self-deception. So they're not teachable. They're not changeable. They listen to their own fucking mental fucking filter of echo chambers. So number 3, the skill set. You go from unconscious incompetence. Remember the mental filter video? To conscious incompetence. Unconscious incompetence, conscious incompetence. Now you're aware of your mistakes because of elite access, my mental filter. But you go back into zombie mode because you're a fucking zombie. But then I call you out again and say, that's your mistake. I drew it out on a screenshot. Now you can see it. Oh, I can see it now, John. Good. When you can see enough of your mistakes, if you had high self-esteem, you can see it perfectly. If you're a narcissist, you always have low self-esteem, high ego, low self-esteem. If you're a narcissistic personality disorder. However, if I keep pointing out your mistakes over and over through training, you can see your mistakes, then you can correct it. And then eventually, sometimes you might get a foot into conscious competence. When you're consciously competent, you're intentionally practicing, but you got it right. It's not automated. It's not unconscious competence like a natural yet, but you're getting there. But when you start getting a compliment and then all of a sudden your ego goes up and your self-esteem goes down, guess what? You go back to unconscious incompetence. It becomes a struggle. You see that? Zombies in low self-esteem like mGtOw and fucking losers will always struggle with cortisol and delusions. The 4 traits of low self-esteem. So how do you fix it? Like I said, the mindset playlist. Be teachable, be changeable, skill index. Number 4, you got to believe in yourself. These fucking mGtOw people do not believe in themselves. Fat people don't believe in themselves. That's the problem. You must fully believe that you can do it. You must believe you can do it. Whether it's through affirmations, visualization through Google Cardboard, you must believe you can do it. Because if you believe you can fuck all night, you're going to fuck all night. And you're going to die trying, as Dan Pena says. But if you don't believe you can do it, you can never fucking do it. You must believe it is possible for you to get a white girl for a day game. And she's fucking smoking hot. If you don't believe in it, you can't fucking do it. So my students have no choice but to believe in themselves. Does that make sense? You gotta believe you can do it. If you have 1% doubt, you're gonna drag your fucking feet like the fat black student. He drags his fucking feet and literally barely doesn't move forward, like a turtle that goes in his fucking shell to keep kicking the fucking turtle shell across. Doesn't move. It runs away too. It goes backwards or in the circle. Fucking losers. You have to believe in yourself. By believing in yourself first, even through affirmations or seeing yourself in the visualization through the Google Cardboard. Once you believe you can do it, then you'll take more action. If you don't believe in yourself, you can't do it. And lastly, thoughts and feelings equals manifestation. You look at my manifestation for all the late testimonials, they're manifested. I'm psychic. I always see these blue coffins going upwards like this. I see 3 of them going up right now. That means there's going to be 3 lays in this month within the next 15 days. Maybe like I could see like maybe not that many, maybe just 1 of them going up or 2, 1.5. That means the other students are bench holding and not approaching. I can tell I'm psychic. But when I can see in the future, next month, February, I see like 5 or 6 of them. There's going to be 5 more 6 or late testimonials. I see the future. But I manifest it because I could see that. These coffins will go up vertically. That's the shape of it. They're blue color. And then the next month, I can see only 3. That means in March, they're going to bench hold. April, there's going to be a lot more. It's going to be like 4 or 5. That means that when we count them, we can count how many students laid. So 1.5 this month must be the Jewish white student. 1 pole, 1 lay. 4 more the next month, or 5. That's 6 lays. Another 3, that's 9. Does that make sense? So I roughly know how many lays is going to be at the end of the month because I can see the future. April, how many? I only see like 2. Maybe just a bunch of poles there, not lays. Maybe 3 poles. So it's still like 9 lays. May, right? How many? A ton. We're seeing like at least 5 or 6. About 6 lays. So when we count everything, right, this is less than 20 lays. Not good. We need to change the thing. So I got to change the future. It'll be tougher on the students. But yeah, I know exactly when they're going to get laid. I have a good sense of it. Certain months they'll get laid more. That means either these are new students or existing students. If they're new students because the Elite Bundle 2 worked and it got me more late testimonials, I have saved my business. But you have to believe in yourself. Does that make sense, guys? But your thoughts and feelings, your manifestation, what you see and what you feel and what you think is going to determine. So if the fat black mGtOw student that was kicked out, his thoughts and feelings are weird. His feelings, he has no feelings. He's a sociopath. But I can feel what he's feeling. And what he feels is a demon headache all the time. It just rips through the universe because his thoughts are fucked. It makes him delusional, makes bad decisions. He self-sabotages as soon as that demon headache happens. However, his thoughts are all fucked. There's all mGtOw doesn't believe in himself. He'll run away. He manifests that. It's like gravity. It's like a universal chef. It's like, for example, the universal chef gives you a burnt sandwich. And you're like, I didn't fucking ask for a burnt sandwich. What the fuck are you giving me? Well, he says, I looked at your thoughts and feelings. You ordered a burnt sandwich. So I'll give you a burnt sandwich. That's what you order because that's what your thoughts are due to mGtOw, echo chamber. That's why you got to quit these forum groups. And your feelings, when you get triggered and angry or you start to run away, you're manifesting that like gravity. Does that make sense? It's like gravity. Manifestation is energy that gets pulled into your life. You're like, that's bullshit, John. You really think it's bullshit? Look at my manifestation. I always think inflation. I always think like poor people, shitty audience. I'm manifesting that. I gotta change it. That there are lots of people that wants to get Elite Bundle 2 and the 3 months of proficiency bundle. Superstars are showing up. I need to change my manifestation and they'll start to show up. The right energy will be my speech. So that's the thing, the 5 mindsets: teachability, changeability, skill index, believability, thoughts and feelings. They'll manifest. But here's a thought. Don't you think they need to revisit this process quite a bit? Especially my Jewish white student, even a 55-year-old student. He also bench holded before and he got kicked out. And then he came back and then he had a 10 out of 10 mindset. Sometimes they need to be kicked out before they get kicked back in and they raise their mindsets. I mean, with a low self-esteem hanging over them, when they just fucking dodge it altogether, kind of like that fat black student I mentioned. I should definitely share his story with others. It could be a real eye-opener, helping them recognize the same struggles within themselves. What do you think? He has a mGtOw loser mentality. That's why he's fat and black and still is. Other fat and black people also mGtOw. There was a Middle Eastern guy. I could have gotten laid. He got Elite 30, but he kept running away. Eventually, he just blocked me. He didn't do any of his homework assignments. He didn't believe in himself. He was so busy sending money back home, working as an Uber driver. He just didn't fucking do a single thing. He shut down because he's a fucking low self-esteem loser. Backwards thinking. Ridiculous. I was trying to get every ethnicity laid last year. He could have been the Middle Eastern guy, but instead he bench showed it. You know? And these guys, they act like they're possessed by demons. He did ask me, are people like that in the world who has succeeded in life without low self-esteem? Is that possible? I said no. Because competence equals confidence. If you're competent at what you do, you get more confidence. I get more confidence as the world's best day game coach because I'm very competent at what I do. So I enjoy it. If they're successful because of competence, they will get confidence, core confidence. It's not that you get confidence first and then you become competent. It's more like competent first, then you become confident. So I would say no, because there is nobody with low self-esteem that are going to be successful because they're going to self-sabotage. With the 4 traits of low self-esteem, they're going to be delusional. They're going to half-ass things. They're going to make bad decisions and keep quitting. They cannot succeed. You can't get self-esteem until your mindset is right. It is like the driver for your computers. You know how in the computer, there's a video card in here, my laptop. And there's also a powerful CPU. I have it's not the newest. I have a GTX 406 or 4070 or something like that. 4060, 4070. I have a very powerful video card. I also have a very powerful CPU. I think it's a 10 core processor, Intel. But if I don't have the right drivers for it, they're not going to work very fast. So every single time you do the mindset playlist, you improve the 5 mindsets. Then your drivers are upgraded to the newest one. But they'll be downgrading driver by driver every single time you do not listen to mindset playlist and then days go by. You cannot be born with good mindset. So if you score every mindset out of 10, right? Out of 50 for the 5 mindsets, I would say for the black student, 0 for everything. Right now, for the fat 55-year-old student who got laid before, his mindset was like 8 out of 10 for teachability before when he came back. After he went to another dating coach, then his mindset became like for changeability. He is very slow, but it was around 5. 7 plus 5. That's 12. And then his skill index, it wasn't perfect. So it wasn't super high. It was like 4. So what was the last one? I forgot. 7 plus 5. So it's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It's 5. Like, okay, sorry, my math's kind of jumbled. But overall, his belief in himself with my training is 10 out of 10, maybe 9 out of 10. He knows that if he trains under me, he's going to get laid. And his thoughts and feelings were accurate. He no longer think, he just did it. But guess what happened after his lay with a 10 out of 10 Megan Fox? Everything went back down to 0. Now he keeps repeating the same mistakes. He's out of the coaching. He already quit. Or he's taking a long break. He's fucked. He is going to a different country and working a different job. He'll be back to Germany soon. But that's what happens. Because he ego trips super hard. She's 10 out of 10. Ego goes up. Self-esteem goes down. 4 traits of low self-esteem. Mindset's fucked. It's all related. So you got to use the mindset playlist. Or it will downgrade. So if you're wrong and you're faulty, it doesn't run fast at all. This is just like updating your drivers. You have to, if you have low self-esteem, they get reverted. As fucked up as that sounds. So for mGtOw, you're probably on a daily basis, if you don't listen to the AI audio that you made with the AI voice, calling yourself out with 260 for the video. Of course, I'm not going to share it with you, the playlist. But if you don't fix this, right, you're pretty much fucked. I have the playlist. I have the keys to it. You guys don't. So you constantly have to hard reset or find a way to find 26 of your own videos. All right. Step number 9. We're almost at the end. I have to pee soon. So step number 9, get physically aggressive. 9th is essential for them to pick up some form of martial arts. You're like, what are you talking about? I teach my students how to fight in the boot camps. They learn Krav Maga. So students who learn Krav Maga, this is the IDF's martial art. This is their martial art for the army. They learn it for like 30 days in a row. And it doesn't take long to learn it because they just keep doing it over and over. It's fast, easy to learn. It's not designed to be a long-term system, but I took it for 5 years. So that's why when I train people for day game, I'm almost like a general for the Israeli army. I train them the same way they have trained me in Krav Maga. I learned the same way. So it's all drills and exercises. It's from the Israel. It's from the Jews. This is Jewish technology here. And they're very innovative. They're very good fighters out there. They're not like Joe Biden and they're fucking incompetent people. These are killers. These are ruthless people. They're professionals. And they're not incompetent or woke. They're ruthless. And they're adaptable. But if you learn Krav Maga, that's why I'm going to go on YouTube in the future, make some videos so you guys can learn how to fight. If we can get you in aggressive mode, we can get you out of the fight, flight, and freeze mode for the freeze and flight. You can get back into the fight mode. It's very important. Or you can read Jocko's book called Discipline Equals Freedom. Every single passage is all about going back into forward gear. Hope that makes sense. You know that you're transitioning from that instinctive fight or flight or freeze mode into a more proactive fight mode. They really ought to adopt that through Israeli survival mentality. I got to teach you that is really survival mentality, like what you see in the IDF. Learning Krav Maga and engaging in aggressive drills could be a game changer. If that's why I teach my boot camps, they start pulling women home. Some gets laid. But let's be real here for a second. Would these mGtOw fucking losers actually be willing to learn Krav Maga? Or they'll dismiss it and they'll do nothing, blame female nature. Or maybe they're just too fucking laid back and lacking the discipline because some underlying self-esteem issues. Or they're too fucking fat to learn it because they're lazy. But I'm going to be teaching Krav Maga eventually. And people can learn it on YouTube and turn it into the military, metaphorically speaking. I'm not responsible how you use it. You could literally kill somebody with it and injure them, put them in the hospital. I'm not responsible. It's just educational purposes. So, having said that, it kind of makes you wonder, don't you? Do they even have the grit to push through and really commit to this? For the mGtOw. They don't. But mGtOw should learn Krav Maga, not just boxing, but Krav Maga, how to disarm weapons. If you don't do that, you'll never ever feel like you can survive. In my day game boot camps, the timid students have to learn aggressive drills through Krav Maga. They often end up pulling women home, like I said, and get laid right away. I might be considering teaching Krav Maga on YouTube channel for aggression drills, or you can look for other Krav Maga from IDF, and you can learn how to stop freezing up. It could help these overweight cortisol people due to losing too much due to the winner-loser effect in the double chin. So in case you don't know what Krav Maga is, why don't we look at some videos? What? Okay. Let me just open this. So one second. Other students are sending me a homework assignment. Let me put like a shit emoji for this one. One second. You fucking zombie. Look at the first picture. Your chin is going up a little bit by 1 centimeter. And look at the second one. You're supposed to face sideways first, right? When you say the second come on for the Insta dating or Insta hangouts. You still fucking face forward. You're supposed to face 45 towards us first. Then you're supposed to be facing sideways. Then you're supposed to be facing forward 45 degrees before you walk forward. It's the law of expectations. You expect her to follow you when you're already walking away? Fucking fix it. You're acting like a zombie because you failed last week's bet. Yeah, you're becoming more fucking delusional. Your self-esteem is going down. Listen to the fucking mindset playlist again for the 27-second audio. That's what you need to do. Remember that AI audio I made you? Listen to the 26 video for the mindset playlist audio again. You need a fucking hard reset. You're fucked. The fuck is wrong with you? It's like super delusional. You're worse than the other Jewish white student recently. Zombies. So I'm just talking to my student. He's a ABCs of low self-esteem student. He's that guy. The former student. He got 2 lays here with white girls. So let's look at Krav Maga so we can get an idea. Krav Maga, because some people may not have any reference what it is. IDF. So I'll just find some random video. How it kind of looks like for the Israeli army. Okay, maybe this is a good one. Here's a longer one. I'll just turn off the music. It doesn't sound great. Are you guys ready? Hopefully this works. Oh, another fucking ad. Fucking ads. All right. Let's take a look. So this is IDF Krav Maga demo and training. Hopefully you can see it. Weapon disarming. This is more for military. It's not for civilians. Taking guns away. Kicking them in the balls. Every second move is a kick in the balls. Kick in the balls. Again, disarm. kicking the balls. Knife, right? Block, kick in the balls, disarm. Block, kicking the balls. Yeah, this is not for civilians, but this is what they do in the IDF. Kicking the balls. Block, hit, kicking the balls over and over, trip. Boom. Hitting the balls. Hitting with a rifle. I have to teach you guys how to do all this stuff. I've learned all this stuff. I can do it. The music's kind of annoying. I'll turn it off. This is how you hit with a rifle. You can use a rifle as a weapon. Once again, kicking the balls, right? Block, hit, kicking the balls. A lot of knees. Block, hit. It's a gun disarm. It's blocking knife. Tripping. This is not some demonstration. You're supposed to perform this every single time. So I'm not sure if I can teach you how to disarm weapons unless I can get another student, but I have taught another student that. So I might just teach you more of the hand-to-hand combat stuff. Let's see if I can get close. Oh, you get the idea. And I have a video on Krav Maga too, believe it or not. Let me see if I can find it. Like a really old video. So usually when I search for it, I cannot find it. If I can find it, it'd be great. So where the fuck is it? Just bear with me. If I cannot find it, I cannot find it. If I can find it, I can find it. Maybe it's around here somewhere. Shit. It's not here. I'll just put Johnny Elite Krav Maga. So you can see me doing it. Okay, there's some YouTube shorts if you type my name, but my video does not come up. Ah, here it is. Oh, fuck. I just had it. Here's my video on Krav Maga. You can see me doing it. I'll turn up the... Ah, here it is. Just bear with me. I'll turn a little bit brighter. Here's an Indian student in boot camp. So here's a gun. The 1, 2, 3, 4 disarm is like a hybrid opener. Let's see what happens. Hopefully it's clear enough. You can do any angle, I'll disarm it. I'm a trained killer. Yeah, for real, I'm not joking. I can do it. It's automatic. I can do it every single time. See that? So that's disarming guns. And you can see me teaching other students how to get out of headlocks and knife attacks. So here's a student going to try to punch me in the face. So in the boot camps, I make them do a lot of aggression drills, like they have to dance in front of people and do stupid shit. But all right, so look at this. I can block every punch here without getting hit in the face. He can try all his best. It will not work. This is okay. Let me zoom this in again. This is like really bad fucking zooming. All right, I'm making him do a lot of drills to embarrass himself until he gets over that fear. This is a former ABC student too. He pulled on a boot camp. I have many former ABC's victims. Here's he trying to punch me in the face. You have to slip by the punches. I told him to really try hit me in the face. He's trying to be light about it. You cannot hit me, guys. I can slip the punch. You see that? I'll teach you how to do it. It will not hit me in the face no matter what. You can try it, but you will not hit. I told him go as fast as he can. Go ahead. Really try and knock him up. He cannot do it. You see that? You can block every punch, no matter how fast. It's like a train track. It'll go by you if you just parry it. You will not be hit. He's trying really hard to hit me in the chin. He just can't do it. Right now, the jeans does not work too well because it's like too tight. I broke the jeans and to buy a new one. So I cannot move that well, but these are some other techniques about how to remove people like a bodyguard. I'm just explaining to him. That's why it's a little bit slower, but and then jeans. There's things you can do. You can remove people like that. You can try to crack their neck. That's why I had to turn that off so I don't get in trouble. You can kick them in the back of the knee. You can do different things to choke them out. It's how you block like chokeholds. Knee them in the fucking thing. Put them on the ground. Boom. Get out of certain holds, better hugs. Right? How to get out of like holds from the back. How to get out of headlocks. Boom. Hit him in the balls. Punch him in the fucking face and the neck. Block knives. Boom. Kicks. Boom. How to disarm the knife. Boom. How to take out the knives. How to deal with underhand knife stabs. Boom. I hope that makes sense. Is that cool? I could have gone faster, but the pants has broken. It was super tight. It was like a slim pants, and it broke. But this is what you guys would maybe learn some of the Israeli Krav Maga eventually on the YouTube. But I have to be careful because some of the things I teach you, right? And I'm not even joking about this. It can be extremely dangerous. I have to put a lot of warnings and stuff. You might, if somebody tries to attack you, you might just put them in the hospital in a few moves. You might think, oh, Krav Maga is not super great against like sparring and stuff versus MMA. But are you sure? Because in my coaching, When I was coached, the very first week, I already was part of the sparring class in the weapon design class. I was one of the fastest person to become in that class because I was good at it. I was very good at it. So I was already invited to fight. I had like 5 years of fighting experience. And my opponents, because we don't have weight classes, I could be fighting against 6'3" guys. They don't recognize weight classes. We just have to go all out. We can kick each other in the groin, like because we have groin cups and shin pads and boxing gloves and helmets. We can literally try to kill each other for 5 minutes, 3 5-minute rounds. Do whatever you want. Poke them in the eyes, right? Kick them in the balls. It's your fault if you get kicked in the balls. That's how I learned how to fight. So to say that people don't learn sparring is bullshit. We also have to learn ground fighting too, like a jiu-jitsu but Krav Maga version. I filmed it with an Indian student, my Pakistani mentor's mansion, the guy who got married. If I look for the footage, we might be able to find like Krav Maga training. I was training him how to fight. And he got married. He took Krav Maga afterwards. So, where for live lessons? It's not going to be live. Okay, so, sir, we heard Instagram will get more important now. TikTok banning. Now, who gives a fuck about TikTok or Instagram? I don't concern myself with that. I don't care. So, does that make sense? I hope that you guys give it a thumbs up if you guys like the idea of me teaching you Krav Maga. And that's what Krav Maga is, right? That's what Krav Maga is. So in case you guys are wondering, what the fuck is Krav Maga? That's what Krav Maga is. IDF. What about Krav Maga human weapon? Well, here's a great episode. I like this one very much. You should watch it.
Off the gear, breathe, relax. We'll start teaching Islam and Judaism.
So here's Krav Maga.
Takes a multiple armed opponent. Very first moment, it's clear this is unlike anything we've ever seen before.
So this is how the Jewish people fights. This guy is part of a special forces unit called Yamam. There's like the Navy SEALs or whatever special forces counterterrorism unit. And actually one of my classmates, Australian guy, always made Bruce Lee noises around me, was actually in a video with him.
To start our foundation in Krav Maga, he takes us to his training center hidden beneath the sun.
This is Israel. This is a long time ago. So they wear all these equipment so you can go full power.
It's clear this is unlike anything we've ever seen before. This isn't a ring fight. It's a battle for survival against multiple armed opponents. These Krav Maga experts are trained to defend against knife and gun attacks and to strike back with moves designed to do the most possible damage.
These guys are going full force because if you don't on the street, you're a dead man. Here, you get stabbed in the heart, you die. That's it. It's over.
It's coming straight in, 1, 2 things, getting in and getting out. It's nothing that you're going to see in the movies because this works. It was time for me to test my 10 years.
Now let's see how good he can fight as an MMA fighter. Okay?
We were going to have a knife fight, but I won't have a knife.
We're going to see how MMA fighter versus Krav Maga or real street fighting.
Between you, 1 meter away distance.
Okay, let's see what happens.
So let's roll.
This is what will happen. You'll die.
Hold it. Okay, come here, you guys. He was here. He was in your back. He was in your neck. He was all over you. And if it would have punctured you all the way, and he did, you would be bleeding now and dead.
A puncture wound from a knife is actually
This is how you
more
guys would
serious
defend
than a
yourself.
slash wound.
A human being can lose 4 pints of blood in just 60 seconds from a single knife puncture.
With a real blade, it would have taken just one of the 11 stabs I received here to kill me.
You're a real good ring fighter, but you have no skill whatsoever in self-defense. Okay? So then it was my turn. I'm dead. All through my career as a football player and wrestler, I relied on my size and weight advantage, and I thought I could do the same here. Big mistake.
Ite gave us one more shot at the drill, this time with pads. So
See how
we
hard
could
it
go
is
full
to
force.
defend against a knife?
You probably know these holds from different martial arts. Use them.
One thing we won't need to worry about is learning the rules of Krav Maga combat. There aren't any. It's literally no holds barred. As we've seen, your opponent could be armed, and if you're not, you better find something to use.
He's still coming at me. Front kick. Take out a gun. You have an object. Hit him. If you have a pen, stab him in the face.
Everything we'd ever been taught counted for nothing here.
This guy in the special forces, his name's called Itai Gil. Itai is actually like, you know, in the special forces teaching it, which is awesome. But when they're practicing, they like to put all the equipment on. I was gonna take this. I was gonna go to Israel and learn this, but you know, I got injured in the eye, so I just stopped fighting for a long time. Somebody clawed me right in the eye from MMA class, so I lost. I didn't lose my vision, but it started having like a big lightning flash. I can see a lightning flash all the time, boom, like a lightning bolt every single day. It's fucking annoying.
It was clear we
See
were
how
going
hard
to
it
need
is.
a whole new mindset if we were going to stand a chance against these guys.
Okay, hold it!
Okay, take off the gear. Breathe, relax. We'll start teaching you guys because you don't know shit. If it was a real blade, you got stabbed so many times.
How not to die. Lesson 1. Don't get stabbed. Still reeling from our beatings.
Okay, so yes, completely right. Unacceptable. Get these fixed. No sleeping till I get it fixed, right? Exactly. I'm on YouTube Live right now, so fix it right now. Also, if I decide to call you, right? I'm not sure if I should. I cannot censor your voice. ABCs might know who you are. If you want to go online and call out ABCs, let me know. You have my full protection that they cannot touch you or any of the new students. You guys are protected forever from me, or I'll roast the shit out of them. But you don't have to, like I said. All right, let's continue the video. So now that you see with the Krav Maga that for knife defenses, right? Everything that they learned so far, right? Yoga. What's yoga gonna do against a knife? Or suicide bombers? Or grenades or fucking knives or guns? You're gonna stretch out so they can stab you better?
Ite issued us a challenge. Study Krav Maga techniques and then put them to a test against top commandos from the Israel Defense
There's no
Forces
rules for
anti-terrorist
Krav Maga.
squad at their top secret training camp.
The anti-terror training facility is so secret, we're not allowed to know its name, its exact location, or any information about its personnel.
You will go into the base.
When we do face our final forces, but at the end, anything we'd ever used before.
So the first lesson
Not
you
only
learn
do
is
we have
this.
to train with special forces, but at the end, we have to fight them too. Our training began right then and there. Itai started us off with a Krav Maga fundamental that's different than anything we'd ever used before.
Block and hit at the same time.
It's called
Yeah.
bursting.
We're going to do a very simple mechanical technique. I'm not just going to block. Come at me. I'm not going to stay 90 degrees. I'm going to divert it. At the same time, when he's doing that, real time, this is the bursting I'm talking about. I will create enough damage for a few milliseconds to disconnect, identify as quick as possible.
The only thing that is going to save you from that knife is defending and attacking simultaneously. Bursting works by...
So this is called bursting or blocking and hitting at the same time. Every single time you learn Krav Maga from me, every single first move will have to be a block and hit at the same time. This is not the full sequence of weapon disarmament. This is just the first one to not fucking get stabbed in the fucking face or neck or in the body. If you block and hit at the same time, you can prevent the second stab if you control the weapon. But what they're doing, because they're military, they can block and hit and bring out a gun to shoot the other guy.
Combining two separate arm movements.
But that's a new concept, block and hit.
And the stress.
See that?
The block is similar to that used in karate. It redirects
Boom.
the force of the knife away from the body by punching forward at the soft tissue of the attacking arm.
Even if it did slip and it went down and it cut you or in the shoulder, it's okay, as long as it doesn't go into the body.
Unlike karate, this move is combined with a simultaneous strike. As one arm blocks, the other jabs at the opponent's weakest area.
It's meant to be here,
Right.
and it's meant to be here. It can be open hand to the face.
There's no rules for Krav Maga.
It can be to the eye, anything you wish.
Because you don't have time to cock your arm in a surprise attack, bursting's effectiveness doesn't come from the rotational power of the torso. Instead, it's driven by the legs, which hurl you forward into your opponent. Both the block and the strike land with 300 pounds of force, more than enough to collapse the windpipe or fracture the delicate bones of the face.
That's it. This bursting technique is really unique to Krav Maga. You block and strike at the same time. I've never seen that in any other martial art. That's it. Even though we're both...
I'm driving right now. That's what the guy says. So I cannot fix it right now, but once I home, I will. Voice recognition and I cannot at the moment for ABCs too. Voice recognition and all. I have a very distinctive voice that's easy to detect. You see that, Mr. A? He's afraid to be talking about ABCs and calling them out. For him, he didn't get laid from it, but they paid him off by giving him a free product digitally, so he wrote a good review. For you, Mr. A, they rewrote your actual testimonial for your social media. They have cheated their way to victory and put on their sales letter. But yeah, that's what he says. I cannot. Okay. All right. I know you're sending me a voice call, but I'm not going to pick it up just in case. Right? It's no problem. Right? So, for real, that means if he got laid with 2 white girls and he was getting laid in the United States, that means ABCs cannot do it unless they're in a fucking Latin country. This contradicts it. But anyways, let's continue. But he's very afraid of ABCs. But you don't have to be. You're protected.
Looks like it's going to be our toughest yet. To prepare, we're headed to one of the deadliest places.
So here's a second lesson that they're learning.
Now, which is your first instinct? Defined by one arms to defend next time is us from
Training in the gym isn't enough.
So this is the second one called IKMF, but now he's a different Krav Maga Global or something like that. This is a guy called Eyal Yanilov. Eyal. He trains bodyguards and stuff like that. Third-party protection, bodyguards and stuff. I learned from his stuff too online. And he taught some of my organizations and stuff too to people. But this is Israel. You can learn what they call the 360 defense.
Krav is a real-world fighting art. So Eyal takes us outside to teach us a move to help counter any kind of attack. It's called the 360 defense.
Yeah.
The most common attack, especially with the hand, is a circular attack. As we just seen, an assault could come at us from any direction. This move would work against them all.
The technique is this choppy motion. Open hand is a little bit better.
It's usually 90 degrees, right?
It's a little bit faster. And to stop the attack at the waist. Why at the wrist? Why the wrist? Because of the knife. You should be able to use the technique in all variations, in all angles, in all directions. That's it.
The 360 defense conditions a fighter's perception reaction time. The time it takes to
So to do a 360 defense, right? I cannot do it with the blazer, but the very first move that we had to learn, I can take this off. I damaged my right shoulder. It's gonna be very painful, but I don't care. Fuck. All right. The very first move is up here. I cannot move this shoulder up any further. I have to go to a chiropractor or something. It's probably dislocated. But the very first one's up here. So the knife, when they go here, right? They only go halfway. Does that make sense? It will not go directly into your head. So block up here. Number 1, boom, right? Or both of them up here. Boom. Head down. Number 2 is like this. 45 degrees. So if the knife comes at 45 degrees, you can stop it here just for a second before you try to redirect it. So number 3 is here. So 1, 2, like diamond. 3. Number 4 is down here. Number 5 is up here and then outwards like that. Number 6 is like downwards like here. Number 7 is like all the way down. Both of them like 90 degrees. So you can block the knife. So we have to learn here, all the way here, here. I cannot move the shoulder. That's not good. Here, and all the way down. Since I don't have any health care, right? If I go to chiropractor, it's going to cost them. Yeah, that might be a problem if I'm demonstrating some of the moves. This one's not working. So I can still punch, but I just cannot do like some of the other stuff like in full motion. This is called the 360 defense.
React against it. The average human being's time is 1.5 seconds.
360 defense training strengthens the axonal connection in the brain, trimming a fighter's response time to nearly a tenth of a second.
So when you're blocking like that, then all angles that they throw at you, like from outside, you can block them. But however, when you block it and you finally block it, you have to block and hit at the same time. Does that make sense? You're blocking out here, you're gonna block, but you're also gonna punch them in the face. After you punch them in the face, you can grab the back of the head and start kneeing them, like Muay Thai. Or you can block and hit, and then you frame them. You put the elbow, and you grab the back of their shirt, and the elbows down to the solar plexus. And the other hand, you grab their arms, so that way they cannot throw punches at you. Even if they try to throw with their left hand and try to hit you, it's not going to be hard. You just keep kicking them in the balls over and over until they're down. Does that make sense? So it's block, hit, 1, 2, frame, keep kicking them in the balls and kneeing them in the head until they're down. That's Krav Maga. It's block and hit, control, and then keep attacking weak points until they're down and escape. So this is just maybe 2 pieces of it.
That's faster than a mouse click on your computer.
Doing the 360 defense requires you keep your body in motion at all times, using your arms to defend different angles of attack. The key is keeping your arms at an oblique angle with your hands open and straight so that you don't take any blows straight on. Each is deflected down the angle of your forearm, which reduces its impact.
But you have to counterattack. But this is just the first part.
That you'd use no matter what angle you're at. It doesn't matter if the person is straight onto you, to the side of you, to the back. You can use these techniques from anywhere. What we're quickly discovering is that Krav Maga isn't defined by one type of technique. Instead, it's built from the pieces of other martial arts and then modified for self-defense in combat situations.
The basics of the 360 technique we just learned are incredibly similar
Not
to the
really.
sure take.
To work on our next self-defense.
Seconds until he was conscious. If he was conscious, we can do whatever.
So for the next one is how to get out of a chokehold in case a big guy tries to grab you around the neck. Give a thumbs up. You're learning something. Then you have to pluck the arms to the side. If you do it very hard like this, the arms will fall out to the side, and you knee them in the balls. But I'd rather you kick them in the balls because if you're shorter, you might not be able to knee them as easily. Or if you're a woman.
Defend yourself.
Let me see it.
If someone's got their hands around your throat, they can do a lot of damage.
No problem. Now, I will let you feel a little bit. If you say, okay.
Yeah, I feel that. Thank you.
Exactly.
This soft tissue of the throat is one of the most vulnerable areas of your whole body. Just 76 pounds of compressive force to the throat is enough to cause total collapse of the larynx. That's less force than it takes to crumple a beer can.
If you're choking me, that is natural behavior. Unfortunately, it is not strong enough.
The trick to executing the choke defense is to not pull down, which is your first instinct.
So these 5 fingers are going to come as close as possible to my neck, leaning on my shoulders.
Instead, you pull your opponent's hands to the side, breaking the choke.
And then you knee them
My
in the
elbows
balls.
are going backwards strongly, contraction of the neck muscles, chin a little bit down, stomping a bit in the place and giving a first strike, which is usually a knee to groin.
During the choke, your opponent is relying on his grip strength and outstretched arms to maintain the choke. The strength of your back and shoulder muscles is greater than the applied force of your opponent's hold. So it doesn't take much to break his grip.
Yeah, you kick them like that better.
And the closer your hands are to your own neck, the greater the leverage.
Boom.
Nice. Good.
So
He's a big, strong guy, and I don't
when you saw in the very first IDF video, when they kept kicking them in the balls, that's why they do it. Does that make sense? So if your shoulder is okay, John, right? It's not a hot massage. It's not a hot massage. It's more like it's dislocated. I must have pulled the joint out of the place. I need somebody to pop it back into the right place. So a chiropractor can just pop the whole arm back into place. It's probably out of the socket for many months. Since I don't have any health care, the government taken it away, denying me health care. I don't know if I can do it. Or maybe I can secretly get them to do it without anyone knowing, just pay them cash on their table. But that's how Canadian healthcare is like. They tell you that you have healthcare, and they tell you you don't have healthcare. So I don't know. But they did take it away a couple of years ago. So I have to figure out if I could actually go to a chiropractor. Okay, here's the next move. Here's how you use a rifle as a weapon, because this is the army.
Teach you how to operate your weapon, right?
All training here revolves around one weapon, the M16 semi-automatic assault rifle.
They have new weapons.
40 inches of aluminum
This is kind.
the
This is kind of old. They still use it, but now they use a weapon called Tavor. Tavor is like a gun that's a bullpup, where the magazine's on the back area. But they still use this one. This is M4A1, but this one's M16.
M16 was first used in Vietnam and is still used today by U.S. forces in Iraq.
There are currently more than 8 million M16s in service in the world. Many of them here in Israel, where they are the official assault weapon of the IDF.
This is an old video.
Having a gun in your hand doesn't always mean you can shoot your opponent. The weapon could jam, or you could be out of ammo. Imagine yourself losing all your ammo in a war and then being face to face with an enemy. And then you have to make the decision. Do I stay and fight? Do I call for other people? Or do I just hit them with my weapon?
Shahar teaches us how to use the M16 as a brutal hand-to-hand tool. The key is not to swing it like a club, but to use the weapon as an extension of your arms. Get in close and use the twisting power of your torso to drive the butt of the weapon into the exposed face of an attacker.
It's essentially an elbow strike from another martial art, Muay Thai. But because the metal doesn't deform on impact, like human bone, every ounce of power is channeled directly into your opponent's face. With the twisting motion of the torso generating the force, and the stiff metal of the M16 providing the impact, it's enough to shatter a cheekbone or break a jaw.
1, 2. Very good.
So basically, what you do is that the first movement is you put that rifle up here. I'm not gonna grab a rifle over there. No, I'm just joking. I don't have one, or maybe I do. But you grab a rifle. I just want to grab one. No, I'm not saying I have one, but you grab it like this and you push it forward into the face, right? Number two, you go across like this, right? You smash them across, boom, like that. And then number three, you hit downwards, right, across their face like that. Then back 4, boom, and then you push them in the face like number 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And that's how they do it. And they shoot them at the end. So that's an interesting way. You can do this. You can block like knives up here or an axes and go to the side, hit them in the face, hit across, down again, 1, 2, 3, 4, and boom. So this is part of the Krav Maga martial arts. Probably have the whole army of guns there. No comment. No comment. So
Target, and get there. 1, 2, again.
Inside, okay? Try that. Very good, Jason. Very good.
I would say, of course not. I don't have any guns. I don't believe in guns. I'm a pacifist. I deny everything.
I'm really starting to get a feel of this Krav Maga weapons technique. It's all about fast, quick motions.
Yeah, they're all like BB guns or airsoft. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, airsoft. Yeah, that's right. They're all airsoft.
Enemy's face. You want to take him out as quickly as possible.
I do defense like this. Then I take it on
Side.
the side. This.
You stab.
Defense. Dropping.
I feel like a killer now.
And you need to feel that aggression. In any combat situation, you've got to be as pumped up as your enemy.
You probably, what kind of fucking martial art is this, right? Seems kind of savage.
To help us prepare mentally as well as physically for our ultimate challenge, Shahar has set up an exercise that will test us to our limits. A run in full combat gear through buildings that conceal 5 officers waiting to attack us. This is pure urban terrorism survival training.
With this helmet and this gear, it's a whole different ball game. כל המתקילים, תהיו מוכנים! Go, Bill. Something happens, you have to run. Go, go, go.
The key to this mission is pure aggression. You don't stop. You don't slow down. When you come to an obstacle or an enemy, you just power right through him and kill him if possible.
Bill, behind you! Go, Bill, go! Go, Bill! Stack, to them. Go, Bill, go! Bill, go! Stop. Okay.
That's
You
pretty.
okay, Bill? Good. Did well.
That was pretty intense, but maybe I am. So maybe I know how to do Israeli point shooting. And that's what John Wick was trained for, the first John Wick, by a guy called Aaron Cohen. So Israelis shoot with the isosceles stance. So number one, you lift up the thing. Number two, you grab the gun, and then you put it up here. Number three, you wrap the chamber and you go forward, and you kind of bow down and go forward like this, right? So it's 1, 2, 3. And when you change the angle, you pull it backwards, you turn around like that, and you go forward again, right? Like this, change, right? Why do they do that? Israelis people, they do not chamber the Glock or whatever gun that they use. They always leave the bullet unchambered, so they have to rack it out there. If that makes sense. So, no, but I claim I don't know anything about this. I might have been trained. So.
Very good. Little bit of sense of fear inside, no?
Fear's good.
Yeah, feels good. You're right.
Fear is a great component in this test. Use your war cry. Ah! You get after him. Butt him in the face. Hit him in the shoulder. Any way you can to win. And then you shoot him dead. And keep going. It's a war zone, baby.
Then it was my turn.
Just let your instincts rule you. אוקיי, מתקילים, מכל כולם. יוצאים לדרך. Okay, so something happened there. Go. Let's do right now.
This is about as different from my MMA background as I can get.
Go.
It's not about feeling out the other guy or planning a strategy. It's about guts and instinct. About reaction time and commitment. And violence.
Go. Shoot him.
And it is true. Your natural reactions will take over if you just let it. And trust in the training. Man, I'm really winded. That was just like a block.
And this is nothing compared to what we could be facing at the top secret commando base.
Okay, next one. Wait till this ad's over. So the next guy they're learning from is called Dennis Hanover. Dennis Hanover is he's already dead. This guy already passed away. But his Krav Maga is very circular. I really like it. So I'm going to teach you guys this too. He'll fight more in a circle and he'll go for like a lot of moves that damages the person. Another principle of Krav Maga is to only attack weak points. You're not here to fight like an MMA fight. You want to go for the throat, the eyes, the balls every single time. But he's circular. I like this.
Jews refused to be captured alive. But because the Jewish
This is
religion
called
forbids
Masada.
suicide, the defenders killed each other one by one, until the last remaining fighter committed the sin and turned his sword on himself.
For Dennis and his crew, Masada isn't ancient history. It's part of their everyday reality. Many of Dennis's students go on to join Israel's elite special forces units, where Krav Maga becomes just another tool in their
You
deadly
see that? They're
arsenal.
framing now.
If you're close to a person who's already finished, because I've already killed it, I can take it what I want. Look, I could kill him how I want. Say pressure points. All right. So,
So you always go for the
Each
weakness.
strike is aimed for a vital point. It could be gouging the eyes or driving the bones of the nose back into the
There's
sinuses
no rows in Krav
or
Maga.
crushing the soft tissue of the throat.
Every one of these shots could kill, and that's the idea. For Dennis, Krav Maga isn't about sport. It's life and death.
hey, the whole idea now is the circle. There's the circle. With the same knife, I can kill him.
And it's that kind of focus that we need for our final challenge.
This way. Why this way?
This is a real knife.
I can take him to kill himself.
Just so you know, this thing is so sharp, and to see it get wielded around, and they train with these. These aren't rubber knives, these aren't plastic knives. This thing is as sharp of a knife as it comes.
Another ad.
Judean desert has been
Never stop moving. Makes
So this is like fighting in a circle.
very tough place
A lot of Krav Maga, they're very linear, go forward and backwards, but he fights in a circle. That's why I like his martial art.
to train.
See?
Our training began with an exercise designed to prepare us for facing
Always move in a
multiple
circle.
attackers. Never stop moving.
Because you have multiple opponents, right? You have to go in a circle.
And close. Keep yourself close. Change direction. Keep your defense. Change direction. Faster, faster. You've got to be quick. Further away.
But when you do see your opportunity, it's time to strike. Everything Dennis does is geared towards using your body as a weapon.
Snap punch right here. This is the sword. I'm going to knock you out one point. The killing techniques is what I say. I'll go straight to the throat. I'll go straight to the side. Straight to the eye.
These techniques aren't for use in MMA. They're designed for combat.
Snap kick.
All attacks are aimed at vulnerable targets.
You can break his leg by this kick.
If any of these blows land properly, your opponent won't just be down. He'll likely
This
be
is for
dead.
military stuff.
Right, now go in a circle. 3 heights. Now move it out. Move. Punch. Both sides. Faster. Down to the top of the head. To the side.
Finally, after a tough day of training, the sun began to go down. With no clouds to hold the heat, the temperature plummeted to just a few degrees above freezing.
So you can kind of see the application right here.
Work, work. Kicking, punching, low legs. Hit, punch, go in the circle. Go.
With our bodies and minds conditioned to the punishment of the training, Dennis decided we were ready to face a final test. And of course, it wasn't going to be one-on-one.
And the stakes were even higher because one end of our training ground ended in a 300-foot cliff. One wrong move and we weren't just beat up, we were dead.
All right, are you ready? Yes. Attention, start. Kick.
This was the perfect workout. It kept us focused on the big picture, not just the guy in front of us, but the whole battlefield.
To take on multiple opponents, we need to be able to think beyond single techniques and integrate everything into a total combat package.
See, you kept on the circle. And I didn't get one punch. Good. Well, because his strength, he can come and catch you and hold you. But against a knife or against the fighting techniques of 2 or 3, it's not good enough. Jason is small, but being small, you got to be quick and you got to be clever.
I was also trained to fight multiple opponents like this. We have to keep circling them, but we have to attack the leader as hard as we can and try to break his throat as fast as possible. And then the other people will fall back in gangs and stuff, and then we can escape. That's how we learn, circular. So now you can see at the very end, this is what they call a shark tank. In Krav Maga, when I was training, you have to close your eyes, and only one person attacks you at a time. Okay, it says your stream may be temporarily blocked if you plan to continue. To ensure the content owner has the whatever. We cannot play anymore. So, kind of bullshit, but you guys can watch this video later on if you want to learn more. So, yes, they won't let us play anymore. No, but it says heads up. We detected video and your stream belonged to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked if you plan to continue. So apparently we can't. But I hope you guys learned a lot from that. So the Shark Tank is the last one, and they did very well. They had to close their eyes and open it, and they get attacked the very last second. And they have like 12 different opponents all around you. That's how I was trained. So when we're Shark Tank, we don't get to see what's happening next. We open our eyes the last second, and then all of a sudden, we'll get attacked. Maybe sometimes with a knife, sometimes with a gun. Does that make sense? So hopefully this warning will disappear. I'm not playing that no more. But yeah. No, but if I stopped, right, they might block the video and I might get in trouble. I don't want to get a strike. So let's see here. If this video will still work. It's still working right now, but we cannot play it that much anymore. But I hope you guys are learning a lot about Krav Maga, about the Israel mindset. Okay, so you'll be learning some of these stuff, but I have to be careful because the stuff that I teach you guys could potentially really injure somebody or put them in the hospital. I'm not fucking joking around here. This is the stuff that Navy SEALs use, CIA uses, FBI uses. All of Israel, every single police, every single military, they all had to learn Krav Maga. Other countries are using the same thing. So this is like used for CIA, for spies, everyone learns this. This is not a civilian martial art. So if I'm going to teach you guys this stuff, I don't know if it's like safe. I'll talk to my lawyer about it. Maybe we can just say like give a warning or something. It does seem extremely, extremely dangerous. Because if you guys use it and you take somebody out, right? Or you injure them, put them in the hospital, I'm not responsible. And it's so easy to learn. That's the problem. It's so easy. That's why Israel keeps using it. They might say, oh, it's not good for MMA fight. But if you spar all the time like me, it's actually very good. You can integrate into a mixed martial art mixed with Krav Maga. Or you can learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and you can mix it with Krav Maga, the ground fighting version. All right? So here's the last one. Step number 10. Build 20 out of 35 social skills, emotional intelligence. All right, so here's the deal. They really need to step up their 20 out of 35 score and create a solid habit for 21 days. This is step number 10. Step number 10, so 20 out of 35. Build social skills and emotional intelligence. So here's the deal. They really need to step up their 20 out of 35 score for mGtOw and create a solid habit for 21 days. For things like social skills, emotional control, and social calibrations, and some game drills. The word's drills. This is what I learned from Krav Maga. Is all about drills. Does that make sense? You always wonder, why does my training always has drills? Now you know, because I learned from the Jews. The Jews taught me how to fight. So I'm basically just taking IDF technology, I'm bringing it to the day game world. That's how many students got laid, because they're like in the military, fucking training the drills until they can do it out there. You saw that with the IDF. They're just reserve units all around the world. They come back and they fucking kick the shit of Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and also Iran. They just beat the shit of everybody because they have this mentality, this survival mentality that you guys don't have anymore in mGtOw. You need to have a survival mindset. But you also need to drill things down. It's important to choose a few areas to focus on. I'm here to help with that because I also been trained in Krav Maga. And that course is called the Elite Bundle 2. Although the consulting is only 10 minutes a day, just like when the other students sending me drills. But let me talk about understanding women. It's really just a 25 or 20 out of the 35 situation. That's it. Looks out of 10. So you can raise your looks, elevator, shoes, whitewash, fashion, the right hairstyles, the right fashion. You don't have to be good looking. You just have to look good. Number 2, how to be richer. It could be a watch, but there's specific watch, not this one. This one's just for YouTube. But there are specific watches you can wear, or one of them. I won't say which one. That can raise your value. It can raise your points from 0, like mGtOw. They're all poor looking. It can raise it up to like 3 or 4. You don't have to be rich. You can look rich and husband material. Number 3, by being whitewashed, if you're Indian, you're no longer like a 2 out of 10 perceived natural status. You move all the way to 4. That's why Indians in general have all this SMV they don't realize, but they have to utilize it. That's why it's important to wear blazers, whitewash fashion, all this stuff for Indians in the West. So they cannot pair the accent with the physical appearance. If you look like Indian wash and you talk Indian wash, you'll think Ben Chode Indian. If you look whitewashed and you have an Indian accent, they say, I don't know where the accent comes from. Because women cannot pair the stereotype. By breaking the stereotype, then your SMV goes to 4 right in the middle. It's not low, it's not high, but it's higher than Asians. That's the truth. I mean, that's it. Social skills is 2.5 points. You can learn the social skills flow drill from the Elite from Elite Bundle 2 or 3 months of proficiency bundle with the Kaizen program. You can learn the social calibrations, body language, the 45-degree stance. You can learn that from Kaizen or Elite 30. And this thing is important because social calibrations is important. 65% of your communication or something like that is from, or 60 something percent. Let's break it down. I think it's 64%, something like that. What percentage? What percentage of your communications is nonverbal, tonality? I forgot the exact breakdown. So here's an image. 55% is your body language. So that's why it's important to get that down. And most people don't teach this stuff. 38% is from your voice or tonality. And when you learn how to speak whitewashed, then your points go up dramatically. I hope you guys really enjoyed the Krav Maga lesson because it's really hardcore. I could talk like a white guy and then start to improve my score overall. And this starts to raise my value because if I start talking like a white guy and I take a lot of ashwagandha and I become very chilled, then when I talk like that, white women start to get comfortable. You see that? Versus ABC students. Oh, wow. Oh, cool. I'm a narcissist. I'm cocky, funny Asian. Failed. So 55% body language, 38% voice and tone, 7% spoken words or game. Game is only 7 fucking percent. So routines and all this other shit, lines do not work very well. Unless you want to use alcohol in the bedroom and escalate super hard, that's where in-ear coaching and lines work. Just a pull. And then you brute force it. That's not game. That is called grape. Completely grape game is not game. Having said that, so that's social calibrations. Okay. And then emotional control, 2.5 points. But the problem with mGtOw is that because you're blaming women, you're not going to have a good tonality. It's going to sound like very angry. And you don't want to do that. You want to be like a happy, fun, carefree, positive vibe and sound like a white guy. Be very relaxed and very chilled, right? Does that make sense? So when you do that, women start to respond because you're relaxed, she's relaxed, you sound whitewashed, you're part of her tribe. Not like the ABCs bench holding and being Asian washed as hell. They're going to scare the shit out of women. And then when you talk like a white person, it's like, John, I can do that. I just move up and down. No, you can't without training. You cannot do it without training. Or you'll sound like the other ABC student who sounds like completely beta. So, are you firearms trained? I am firearms trained. Let's see. Don't stop. Why? No comment about that, but yes, I am. All right. So, having said that, if women didn't have this innate understanding of 20 out of 35, game is only 2.5. So when mGtOw gets angry at game or PUA, right? PUA pill, what are they getting angry at? They're only using game plus LMS, looks, money, status, and mass approaching. That no longer works. So other dating coaches do not have lead testimonials. Only I do for last year. They don't have it consistently because game is debunked. Those other points, social skills, social calibrations, emotional control, if mGtOw understands that, that's 7.5 points. If you're whitewash, you dress husband material, you can raise your looks dramatically. Now you're way over the line. So if you can reach 20 out of 35, you automatically get laid for day game. Only 15 out of 35 for night game. 15 points because you can't do social skills with loud music and alcohol, or you cannot have emotional control. It's all a science. If mGtOw understands this, they always think women only care about chads. No, they don't. Although chads are taller, they're white people, so they have like a 10 out of 10 perceived natural status. If they have a little bit of confidence in body language, they automatically get laid. But if they're white on Tinder, they already have 10 points just by being white. They just need 12 points, 12 out of 35. And then a little bit of text game, like a flow chart and good pictures for looks, they're already over the line. So they automatically get laid with women below their looks level. That does not count as laid testimonials. That's a body count, not a lay count. Hope that makes sense. So therefore, you getting angry for no reason because you guys are socially unintelligent. Because you no longer have social skills due to the lockdowns that you never had in the first place. You blame women because you don't have social skills or social calibrations. And your emotions, rather than being at 0, is actually like minus 2.5. So now you're leeching points away. You have 0 game because you're a game denier, even though game is not a lot of points. aeroscience, maneuver, sexualize it to the maximum when she's back home, and deal with the sexual objections. That's perfect game right there. My students getting laid over and over. 17 lays last year, 8 lays, all like 9 out of 10s, maybe 8.5, 1 8. And the other guy has like 15 lays, 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses, marry one of them. The other guy, he got like an 18-year-old who's like 9 out of 10. The other guy, he bangs like another woman in the United States, same day lay for the Indian guy. Latino guy gets 2 lays. It's all a science. There is no art to it. It's just that mGtOw has so less points. That's the problem. mGtOw does not have any looks because they dress like shit. They don't have any like money because they're poor as fuck. They dress like poor people. They don't have any status because they have no lifestyle, because they're saving all their money and they're just spending it all on stupid shit because they're lonely and they're bored. They waste all their money. They're in debt. They don't have any social skills, but they blame everything else. They don't have the body language. They always hunch and they look defeated, and their tonality is always defeated, full of cortisol and angry. And then all of a sudden their game sucks shit. They don't have any game because they're game deniers. So mGtOw completely misread the 20 out of 35. This is new information. If you can reach over 20 out of 35, and let's say I had a neural link in their brain, I put it into a mGtOw brain. They do exactly what my students do, and they can download all the information, and the brain will zap them until they can actually do everything perfect in real time. It tells them when to be happier, when to not hunch. They'll automatically get laid because they raise the points. The drills, the Israeli like drills, raises the value, and the value raises their like points, the 20 out of 35. So drills equals skills, skills equal value. Does that make sense? That's what they don't see. If they can't get 20 out of 35, this is evolutionary psychology. Women always had this score, 20 out of 35. Throughout human civilization, social skills was very important. But when the pandemic hit, you were not financially affected. Neither were women. It's just more lockdowns. So it was still easy to get laid. That's why other dating coaches were posting boot camp clips from the fucking pandemic. Super easy, by the way. However, they don't have it during the inflation. When the inflation hit 2023, 2024, it's affecting your emotions. Does that make sense? So whatever lack of points that you have by being mGtOw, game denier, no social skills, now is minus 2.5. Does that make sense? So now your angry vibe, blaming women, walking away, running away, your vibe or energy is minus 2.5. So whatever looks you had is taken away, is down to nothing. You'll be treated like you're invisible. You don't dress rich. You don't even try. You have given up because you're losers. You're zombies. So therefore, mGtOw is like that. They have no points. They have lower points than the red pill, which tries to use clout. They have lower points than Asian masculinity, which has big fat bodies and black shirts and black clothing. I cannot find my blue shirt, so I'm wearing a black one today. I don't want to dress Asian masculinity or anything like that. However, does that make sense? So it's a lack of points, a lack of value, a lack of threshold, like a threshold. You didn't make it above a certain threshold. So it's evolutionary psychology. Women are always like this. So even if you start dressing like a husband material, even girls that are like teenage girls, I'm just saying, right, from what they see, they'll still look at you. And nobody taught them. They maybe never had a boyfriend before. They've never been on a date. But they'll look at you and they don't know why, but they'll decipher the value. Does that make sense? It's like nobody taught them how to do this, but their brain is always thinking relative SMV. So number one, all women, in general, all of them thinks relative SMV with the guy, first of all. Number two, they think emotional reasoning. That explains the 55%, 38%, and 7% words. And number three is logic last. That's why words don't matter. They only give the logic during the objections dealing. Does that make sense? Only during the objections dealing. They don't actually give you any other objections any other time. So you have more objections dealing with the inflation. Therefore, other dating coaches cannot get students laid. But it's the psychology, the 20 out of 35, which I figured out. You may deny it, But the world has a blind spot. They lost all their social skills during the lockdown. So if it's 20 out of 35, you just have to reach 20 out of 35, burn the DVD, right? She'll remember after you text her. She'll bring back out the DVD if it's like super fast speech, hunching a lot, cortisol speech, lots of pauses, and you're unconfident and you dress like shit. It'll be all etched in there. That's why mGtOw keeps failing. There's just not enough points. When they etch it, it's all wrong. And when she remembers it, they'll flake and they'll blame women. So if my students can drill it down like the IDF, the right patterns for body language, tonality, whitewashed, the game, everything, social skills, flow drill, triangle, over and over. Not what other dating coaches teach. This can work in social circles too. Then all the points will immediately go up. That's how the 52-year-old student, that bald German guy, got laid on his second lay. In less than 10 minutes, he's talking with this woman, and she's already telling him she wants to fuck him, and he brings her home. But do not hold hands because he's kind of ugly. It already happened because she saw the social skills, social calibrations, emotional control right away. Boom, open her legs. Before she didn't do that, he tried to pull her, and it did not work. Second time, worked perfectly. She was super horny. She can tell in like 5 to 10 minutes just by talking with him. Everything has changed. He talks slower because if you talk fast, it means you're used to being interrupted. So therefore, mGtOw does not understand these things. These things, even without gaming, can be trained. Even if you only train social skills, flow drill, body language, emotional control, you'll still get laid as mGtOw. But obviously, it helps if you get the fashion right. It doesn't mean any other fashion will work. They're like, oh, I go to Zara. I'm picking my own fucking sneakers and plaid shirts and bench holding shit with Gen Z hair. It's not going to work. It's not whitewash. It's not husband material. Make sense? So you have to get 20 out of 35 because for the millions of years, women are thinking the same way. Even during the caveman days, women struggle with emotional reasoning and logic. That's a fact. They always think about relative SMV 24/7. Unfortunately. So if you don't work on yourself, this is what forces men to work on themselves. You got to stand tall. You cannot slouch like you already lost. I got 656 laden poll testimonials from people who had success for day game, pulling women home and getting laid with women above their looks level. That's way more than anybody else out there for their students. It's not just like getting a bunch of 3 out of 10s like UMP or UFO or UAP. It's not just opinions as facts. It's real results. It's not like ABC's, oh yeah, I got better day game stuff, and they're super autistic fucking boot camp clips in New York, which they got fucking demolished. They couldn't even get anything more than a fucking Insta date. It's not about opinions as facts. It's about real results that they cannot deny. They can say, oh yeah, they're actors for the students. No, they're not. There was another one of your students who did not want to be on the YouTube audio because they'll figure out who he is. Unlike some of the other coaches who really don't have a clue. My students are out there getting married. They're starting families, so it does work. So that's the solution. Get Elite Bundle 2 for mGtOws. You should get Elite 60 with Mental Trauma Cure. That comes with it and a lot of help. Or you just keep running away and giving up. Now you could tackle this with Elite 60, which helps with the Mental Trauma Cure. Also, maybe Elite Bundle 2, but you cannot run away. You got to change your identity. But hey, that may not be enough for those mGtOw crowd. Maybe mGtOw already quit. Maybe they have too much cortisol stress. Their mindsets are too shit. But for the new people that are quitting recently because of the inflation, even though Donald Trump is going to be in office, for those people that are quitting, maybe it's time to unquit. You can still be revived. And also the black student who's bald, he barely did anything. He ended up kicked out back in 2022. And he got stuck. And in 2023, he didn't do anything. 2024, he came back later. He saw like so many late testimonials. He rejoined. He got kicked out again. Don't be that guy who's mGtOw, who does not believe in himself, with the weird proportions, weird fucking fat in the back of his head. He looked like another fat black guy who got triggered, who started making a video to counter mine. I thought it was the same person at first, but the other guy did not have an African accent. So I say, that's not the same person. They had the same fucking stupid face. They have the same fat fucking double chin on the mGtOw channel. So they always say this. You got to understand mGtOw, John. You're myopic. You got to understand mGtOw first before you can give us advice. No. I understand you guys better than you know yourselves. In reality, they don't understand themselves. And here's the final reality check. Let's be honest. Many mGtOw guys are too far gone to be saved. They bury their excuses. They self-sabotage and won't even admit when they got a problem. They're missing grit, discipline, and awareness. But if you just recently jumped on the mGtOw train and you got a shot at escaping, right? Don't wait too long because you'll risk becoming another delusional zombie stuck for good. We did all of evolutionary psychology. So get the Elite Bundle 2, fix your fucking life before it's too late. Don't want to quit. Join me, and you also get 3 months of proficiency bundle for the engineers. Don't fuck around. That's my video. Once again, is another 4 hours. I cannot believe how fucking long these things have been. Maybe I can cut this into 5 different advice videos, or maybe put 3 each. Then, I don't have to make that many videos. I have to censor the Krav Maga one for the audio because maybe they don't want me using the clip. But that's all I got for today. I gotta pee. I don't want to piss myself. That was super long. I didn't expect it was 4 hours. I'm losing my voice right now. But I hope you guys learned something. mGtOw can no longer blame me. They are given the solution to the problem. Now that mGtOw knows exactly what to do, they cannot blame anybody else. They cannot blame women. They are given all the steps from the world's best day game coach. And all the people that wants to quit, follow all these steps in order. Do not fuck around. Do not quit. Fuck mGtOw. Fuck them. They're the most toxic organization, the biggest growing one, with people not knowing that they're joining. Now I'm losing my voice. I'm going to end the call. Okay? Anyways, thank you for being here. It took me like 2.5 days to be back here. The last one was very long. This one's very long too. So, let's see. But that's all I got for you today. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Now I have to have a piss stream over there. Later.